Chapter 958. The boss was furious. The murderer had killed his subordinates right under his nose. "Boss, the murderer had already escaped when we found him," a martial artist said. Hearing this, the boss suppressed the anger in his heart. "You guys, continue to search." After that, the boss turned and left in a flash. The remaining martial artists were on tenterhooks as they searched for the culprit. On a towering tree, the boss hid there, waiting for the murderer to appear. "The murderer is too cunning. Please don't let me meet him." This was the thought of one of the martial artists. However, just as he was thinking, Fang Chen appeared. Bang! He killed the martial artist with a punch, and then his body flickered continuously. Finally appeared. Seeing that, a trace of madness flashed through the boss's eyes. Then, he leapt down from the enormous tree. "Go to hell." The boss exerted all his strength and launched a powerful attack. After knowing that he had been discovered, Fang Chen made an even crazier decision. He suddenly performed the 3-revolution radiant sword technique. The sword flashed and a cold light shrouded the area. The remaining few martial artists let out blood-curdling screams as they all died. After doing all this, Fang Chen shook his wrist and put away the interspatial ring. Then, he turned to look at the boss's attack and grinned. He used the space-time true meaning and disappeared. Bang! The boss's attack missed. He roared loudly and then quickly chased after Fang Chen. "Kid, you're definitely going to die." The boss was a 7th-level Mystic King Realm martial artist and was extremely fast. Although Fang Chen had the space-time true meaning, he was still slightly slower than the boss. After 15 minutes, the boss was getting closer and closer to Fang Chen. Swoosh! After a while, Fang Chen appeared in the boss's attack range. Then, the boss did not hesitate and exerted all his strength. A mace appeared in his hand and he swung it fiercely. The mace turned into a red mist in the sky and enveloped Fang Chen. "Not good." Fang Chen shouted in his heart and then performed the space-time meteorite annihilation. Swoosh! The void was torn apart as the meteorite-like attack smashed into the red mist. However, he did not manage to break through the red mist. The red mist made Fang Chen feel dizzy. His face was solemn as he quickly fled. As he fled, he attacked at the same time. Void Meteor Annihilation, Ice Secret Sword. Fang Chen's series of attacks were unable to force boss back. His mace. Finally, Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. Even if he wasn't a match for an ordinary 7th-level profound King Realm martial artist, he could still escape with ease. Yet, before that person's attack, he was actually unable to escape unscathed. The seemingly simple mace caused Fang Chen a lot of trouble with every attack. "No, I have to think of a way to shake him off," Fang Chen thought to himself. The true will of time and space was pushed to the extreme as he fled at top speed. 100 miles away from Fang Chen, there was a figure. Puchi the golden-clad Jin Yidao killed a demonic beast with a single slash and collected its core. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. "Someone is fighting." After saying that, Jin Yidao stood in the sky and looked into the distance. Fang Chen. Jin Yidao discovered Fang Chen and saw him fleeing in a sorry state. Humo is chasing after Fang Chen. Seeing this, Jin Yidao sneered and rushed in the direction of Fang Chen. The fleeing Fang Chen also saw Jin Yidao. He was overjoyed. Jin Yidao might be able to save him. "Brother Jin," Fang Chen shouted. "Fang Chen, come to me," Jin Yidao said. Crash! Fang Chen stopped in front of Jin Yidao with a smile on his face. "Kid, why don't you run?" Humo's mocking laughter came from behind. However, when he stopped and prepared to kill Fang Chen, he discovered Jin Yidao. "Jin Yidao, are you trying to stop me?" asked Humo. Jin Yidao didn't say anything. He only sneered. Seeing this, Humo's aura suddenly surged and he quickly fled. Whoosh! In the sky, a resplendent saber light instantly slashed down. A resplendent saber light cut a large hole in the place where Humo had fled. Blood sprinkled down from the sky where Humo had fled. "He escaped," said Jin Yidao as he put away his saber. "Brother Jin, thank you for helping me." Fang Chen felt very grateful. If Jin Yidao hadn't helped him, it would have been very difficult for him to escape from this person. Brother Fang, I've said it before. People from the mortal continent should help each other, said Jin Yidao with a smile. In a certain dark area, a figure fell to the ground with a bang. Looking carefully, it was Humo. His body was covered in blood and he was heavily injured. Especially his palm, it had directly exploded. Damnable Jin Yidao. Humo was infuriated and roared. If it wasn't for the spiked club, he would have already died at Jin Yidao's hands. I will definitely take revenge for this. Jin Yidao was one of the 5 great experts. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the profound king realm. His saber techniques had reached perfection. Even young Master Jian Hen didn't have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Jin Yidao. Facing Jin Yidao, Humo could only flee. In Jin Yidao's eyes, Humo was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, when Humo fled for his life, he did not chase after him after he slashed out with his saber. Brother Fang, why were you being chased by Humo? Asked Jin Yidao. Fang Chen told Jin Yidao about the grudges between him and Humo. Hearing this, Jin Yidao laughed loudly. Good kill. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Jin Yidao warned Fang Chen, there are still 2 more days. Be careful. After exchanging a few words with Jin Yidao, the two separated. I'm still a bit weak. After his battle with Humo, Fang Chen deeply understood that his strength was insufficient. He needed to increase his strength. Fang Chen counted the nidans he had obtained. The total number of nidans from 30 cultivators adds up to 170. Adding on the original 30, the total number had reached 200. A day's time quickly passed. At night, Fang Chen found a secluded place to cultivate. Late at night, Fang Chen was awakened by the roar of a beast. There's a beast roar. Fang Chen was puzzled as he walked out of his secluded place. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from Fang Chen, there was a group of demonic beasts attacking human cultivators. Young Master Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian were standing back to back, killing demonic beasts. Dai Hongxian, there are more and more demonic beasts. Can you do it? Asked young Master Jian Hen as he killed a demonic beast that approached him. Don't worry. I'll hold on for a bit longer, said Dai Hongxian. In the center of Dai Hongxuan's palm, there was a ball of black light that was condensing. The black light was emitting a destructive aura. The two of them were occupying a high vantage point, using the smell of blood to attract a large number of demonic beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were over 1,000 corpses of demonic beasts. They were all killed by young Master Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian. Of course, these demonic beasts weren't too strong. Roar. More and more demonic beasts appeared. At a glance, the entire mountain peak was densely packed with demonic beasts. Young Master Jian Hen was gradually unable to hold on. But at this moment, the mountain peak suddenly shook. Roar. A deafening roar came from the distance. Young Master Jian Hen casually killed several demonic beasts and looked over. His eyes burned with desire. Dai Hongxian, it's appeared. Dai Hongxuan's lips curled into a wide grin. In his hand, the ball of black light had already formed. I've already finished my preparations. If this big guy comes up, it'll definitely die, said Dai Hongxian confidently. All right, I'll lure it up. Young Master Jian Hen tapped his foot and leaped onto the mountain peak. He killed demonic beasts along the way and arrived in front of the big guy. Whoosh. He slashed out with his sword and instantly attracted the big guy's attention. Then, young Master Jian Hen returned to the mountain peak. The big guy chased after him. The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard is already here. The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard was one of the overlords of the Sword Peak mountain range. Its strength was comparable to a 9th-level profound king realm martial artist. It was abnormally strong. Initially, with young Master Jian Hen's strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to target the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard. But Dai Hongxian found him and explained the plan. Chapter 959. Roar. The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard was 30 meters tall and its body was huge. Its arrival made countless demonic beasts roar in joy. The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard walked towards the peak and the other demonic beasts made way for it. Dong. Every time the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard walked, the peak would shake. Our plan will succeed if we kill the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard. Jen Scar young master shouted excitedly. As he spoke, the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard charged towards them. Crash! The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard was covered in scales. Its claws suddenly clawed out and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was a destructive black light on its claws and an 8th-level profound King Realm martial artist would not be able to block it. What a powerful attack! Jen Scar young master was a little worried when he saw the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard attacking. He turned to Dai Hongxian and asked, "How is it?" Dai Hongxian nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death spread out. The black light devoured the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard's attack and enveloped it. Success! The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard couldn't open its eyes as it was enveloped by the black light. The two people on the peak laughed. "Let's go and take a look," Dai Hongxian said. The two of them came before the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard and saw the destructive black light. Jen Scar young master couldn't help but sigh. "Dai Hongxian, your trump card is really powerful." "Of course. If it wasn't for the first place, I wouldn't be willing to waste the black demon light," Dai Hongxian said. He also felt the pain of using the black demon light. However, it was worth it to kill the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard. Hey! Why is the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard still struggling? Jen Scar young master asked when he saw the black light wriggling. The black-scaled devil-scaled leopard is comparable to a 9th-level profound King Realm martial artist. It won't be able to break through the seal of the black demon light with its strength. Dai Hongxian was confident in his trump card. "Let's hurry up and kill it," Jen Scar young master urged. "All right." Dai Hongxian nodded and waved his hand, preparing to control the black demon light to kill the black-scaled devil-scaled leopard. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! On the mountainside, a dense horde of monster beasts rushed towards Hei Morguang as if they had gone mad. Bang bang bang! These demonic beasts disregarded life and death as they rammed into the black devil light. Crack! These demonic beasts rushed over in a frenzy, but they would die as soon as they came into contact with the black demon light. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed demonic beasts were all killed by the black demon light. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3,000 corpses of demonic beasts on the mountain. "Mitch, you're courting death," Dai Hongxian sneered. "Not good. Cracks have appeared in the black demon light." Sword Scar young master noticed the crack on the black demon light, and his expression changed greatly. "It doesn't matter. Everything is over," Dai Hongxian said. Dong! As soon as Dai Hongxian's voice fell, a vast aura erupted from the black demon light. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The black demonic light collapsed and turned into countless fragments that disappeared into the void. Poochie! The black demon light shattered. The explosive power was extremely tyrannical, directly affecting Jen Hen Prince and Dai Hongxian. Jen Scar young master vomited blood on the spot. When he heard the beast roar, he realized that something was wrong. Run! Jen Scar young master immediately made his decision. He dragged his injured body and fled far away. As for Dai Hongxian, he was incomparably miserable. When the black demon light shattered, his body suffered a backlash. Seeing the huge body of the black-scaled demonic leopard, Dai Hongxian was terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dai Hongxian escaped. Whoosh! After running for a full hour, Dai Hongxian finally stopped. His body was covered in blood. Jen Scar young master stood in front of him with an ashen face. "Dai Hongxian, this is the trump card you were talking about?" Jen Scar young master asked in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. After working hard for an entire night, he did not obtain thousands of demonic beasts' cores just to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard. However, he did not manage to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard and did not obtain the demonic beast's cores. The two of them had almost died there. How could Jen Scar young master not be furious? Dai Hongxian's face turned pale when he heard this. Things had already reached this point. No matter what he said, he could not recover the loss. On the mountain peak, The black demon light's aura had completely dissipated. Looking at the corpse of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak, the black-scaled demonic leopard was furious. However, its life force was gradually dissipating. In just half an hour, it could no longer stand and could die at any time. Black demon light was too tyrannical. Although the black-scaled demonic leopard had broken through the seal, it was seriously injured and could not recover. After another quarter of an hour, the black-scaled demonic leopard's body fell to the ground. It was at this time that Fang Chen, who had rushed over from afar, appeared at the foot of the mountain. There seems to have been a great battle here. Seeing the sorry state of the mountain peak, Fang Chen guessed. Then, Fang Chen saw the corpses of demonic beasts all over the mountain. Yes, the demonic beasts' cores were not taken. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy, but he immediately calmed down. He carefully looked at the mountain peak and found that there was no one on the mountain peak. What's going on? So many demonic beasts died, but there's no one on the mountain peak. Fang Chen came to the mountain peak and found the corpse of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Could it be that the black-scaled demonic leopard and the human cultivator were both injured and the human cultivator escaped? The strength of the black-scaled demonic leopard was extremely tyrannical. To be able to kill it, the other party was at least at the level of the 5 great masters. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes were burning. A windfall from the sky. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme. He quickly collected the inner cores of the demonic beasts. After a quarter of an hour, the inner cores of more than 3,000 demonic beasts were all taken by Fang Chen. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Take it away. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen put the black-scaled demonic leopard into the interspatial ring and disappeared. An hour after Fang Chen left, 2 figures flew quickly from 2 directions. Fairy Qi Yu, Han Luo said. There was a great battle here. Fairy Qi Yu's eyes flickered as she asked. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts all over the mountain, Han Luo's face was gloomy. It must be the 3 of them. In a hidden place. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, checking the inner cores in the interspatial ring. I don't know who I took advantage of. The other party must be one of the 5 great experts, but Fang Chen couldn't be sure who it was. After cleaning up, Fang Chen found that the number of inner cores he had increased to 4,000. He was very excited. 4,000 inner cores, if it was just me alone, it would be impossible to do it in 3 days. With these 4,000 inner cores, Fang Chen's confidence grew even more. After checking the inner cores, Fang Chen's gaze shifted to the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Boss, this black-scaled demonic leopard should be the overlord of the Sword Peak mountain range, the little mouse appeared and said. These scales are harder than the black-scaled demonic beasts we encountered before, Fang Chen said. The reason why he took away the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard was because Fang Chen already had a plan in mind. With the increase of his strength, the grade of the hidden star sword could no longer allow him to exert its full power. Therefore, he wanted to improve the grade of the hidden star sword. And this black-scaled demonic leopard scales were the first choice. If these scales are integrated into the hidden star sword, its hardness will definitely increase greatly, Fang Chen said. The grade of the hidden star sword was a Dao weapon. After integrating with the scales, it would definitely become a divine weapon. However, before that, I'll have to improve my weapon crafting skills. To the current Fang Chen, the art of refining weapons was not difficult. After all, the refining skills of the mortal continent were very weak compared to those of the outer realm. After spending an entire day, Fang Chen raised his refining skills to the divine level. Then, with the help of the little mouse, he removed all the scales from the black-scaled demonic leopard. Finally, he integrated the scales into the hidden star sword using a special method. Hiss! The hidden star sword flickered with brilliance, and a sacred aura spread out. The divine weapon was a success. Once upon a time, the divine weapon was an unattainable thing. And now, the divine weapon was in his hands. The divine weapon could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to nourish itself. With continuous nourishment, it would gradually develop intelligence. 2 days had passed, and there was only one day left. This day was destined to be the most tragic day of the competition. Some people would succeed and become famous. Chapter 960. The last day was also the craziest day. On this day, many martial artists who had hopes of entering the top 1,000 launched a frenzied counterattack. As long as they could enter the top 1,000, they would have a chance to enter the top army. Fang Chen reappeared on this day, preparing to continue hunting demonic beasts and obtain their inner cores. A windfall fell from the sky as he obtained more than 3,000 inner cores. Now, his total number of inner cores had reached 4,000. However, these 4,000 inner cores were not enough for him to enter the top 1,000, so he had to work harder. Huff, the atmosphere in the Sword Peak mountain range was heavy. All the martial artists were crazily killing. Some of the martial artists formed groups while others acted alone. As the martial artists crazily killed, the number of demonic beasts was constantly decreasing. After a short day of recovery, Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen Prince had basically recovered. After all, the two of them were ranked among the top 5 experts. He had a lot of trump cards on him, so this injury was nothing to him. On the last day, the top 5 experts no longer killed the weak demonic beasts, but focused on the 8th level demonic beasts. They were not a match for the 9th level demonic beasts. It was more than enough to deal with the 8th level demonic beasts. Previously, the old man in charge of recruitment had also mentioned this before. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more precious its inner core was. Of course, the lowest inner core a martial artist could obtain was the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King Realm demonic beast. Inner cores below the 4th level Mystic King Realm were considered invalid. Take the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King Realm demonic beast as an example. A 5th level Mystic King Realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 5 4th level Mystic King Realm demonic beasts' inner cores. A 6th level Mystic King Realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 10 inner cores. A 7th level Mystic King Realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 20 inner cores. An 8th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 30 inner cores. A 9th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 100 inner cores. Hunting for the inner cores of high-level demonic beasts was a shortcut. Of course, this shortcut was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast as he shuttled through the Sword Peak mountain range. With the space-time true intent, Fang Chen was not in any danger. If he encountered a weak demonic beast, he would kill it. If he encountered a demonic beast that he could not defeat, he would run away. Puqian. Just one morning, Fang Chen had killed more than 30 demonic beasts. At a certain moment, when Fang Chen killed a 6th level profound King Realm demon beast, he suddenly felt a ghastly aura. Someone is approaching, Fang Chen said softly. Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure appeared. After Humo recovered from his injuries, he had been searching for demonic beasts to hunt. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the aura of a battle. Soon after, he began to approach. He didn't expect to see Fang Chen. Brat, it's actually you. Humo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he uttered a roar. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not run away. Instead, he stared coldly at Humo. Previously, Humo had chased after him. If Jin Yidao had not appeared, he did not know what would have happened to him. And now, his hidden star sword had reached the divine weapon realm. He did not fear Humo. At the very least, he could escape unscathed in front of Humo Dai. Humo did not give Fang Chen a chance to escape. The aura around him surged and he immediately rushed towards Fang Chen. When Humo rushed over, a mace appeared in his hand and he smashed it towards Fang Chen. Mace again. Seeing the mace, Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice. He immediately performed the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique. The 3 sword lights in his Qi merged into a holy sword light and pierced towards the mace. Bang! Bang! The holy sword light collided with the mace, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, a strange aura was emitted from the mace and it actually devoured the holy sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Immediately, he performed the void meteor annihilation. Whoosh! A divine aura emerged from the hidden star sword. The void was torn apart and a dazzling sword light suddenly swooped down. Brat, no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die. Humo laughed sinisterly. He held the mace in his hand and smashed it towards the dazzling sword light. Dong. When the two collided, the entire ground shook. When the void meteor annihilation was cultivated to the highest level, it could tear apart the void and deliver a destructive blow. Crack. Humo actually withstood the void meteor annihilation. His mace made Fang Chen feel uneasy. What grade of weapon is the mace? Fang Chen thought to himself. Go to hell. In fact, Humo was also shocked. A guy at the second-level Profound King Realm could perform such a heaven-defying attack. In the entire Skysword Mansion, no martial artist at the same level could do it. This brat has incredible potential. He must die. Humo did not want to leave a threat behind. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Fang Chen. Humo crazily activated the mace and released his strongest attack. In the sky, the mace emitted streaks of grey aura. The grey aura transformed into spiked maces one after another. Fang Chen knew that this was Humo's ultimate move. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chen activated the true meaning of space-time. His figure flickered as he approached Humo. When he was extremely close to Humo, he instantly imprisoned Humo Dong. Humo crazily controlled the mace and bombarded the space around him. In an instant, Fang Chen's imprisonment was broken. Then, countless mace blasted towards Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen cried out in his heart. Above him, countless spiked clubs, both real and illusory, smashed towards him. I have to find the real mace. Fang Chen was extremely anxious in his heart. Being targeted by the mace, his true meaning of spacetime was also a little powerless. Kill. Fang Chen did not want to give up. He roared and activated the 7th grade sword true meaning. His body was filled with extremely dense sword chi, which then gathered into the star concealing sword. Finally, he slashed out. 3 revolution radiant sword technique, 3rd revolution revered. Fang Chen's frenzied attacks caused the golden heart to react abnormally. Dong. The beating of the golden heart filled Fang Chen with strength. Crack. The radiant sword light was directly destroyed by the mace. Just as the mace was about to hit Fang Chen, a bright golden light shot out from the latter's body. The golden heart's beating speed was raised to the extreme. 3rd level. Fang Chen's body was filled with violent power. His face was full of smiles. Under the strong pressure of the battle, he broke through to the 3rd level of the Profound King Realm. Rumble. Reaching the 3rd level of the Profound King Realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Kill. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and displayed the 3rd revolution radiant sword technique. Above his head, countless radiant sword lights appeared in an instant, blocking the mace's descent. Then, Fang Chen displayed the void meteorite strike. How is this possible? While Humo was blocking the void meteorite strike, Fang Chen silently displayed the secret ice sword technique. Whoosh! The extremely cold soul attack secret technique pierced into Humo's mind. In an instant, Humo's soul was shattered. No! Humo screamed miserably. He frantically activated the spiritual chi in his body, wanting to shatter the secret ice sword technique. But he was shocked to find that his life force was flowing away. Crack! The spiked clubs in the sky shattered into pieces. At this moment, Humo's body fell to the ground. Bang! The real mace fell to the ground and became an ownerless object. Phew! Seeing that Humo was dead, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After resting for a while, Fang Chen took Humo's interspatial ring, picked up the mace, and turned to leave. After finding a safe place, Fang Chen checked Humo's interspatial ring. When he checked, he was given a huge fright. 10,000 inner cores. There were actually 10,000 inner cores in Humo's interspatial ring. This shocked Fang Chen. It seemed that Humo had snatched many people's inner cores. After happily putting away the 10,000 inner cores, Fang Chen looked at the mace. There were complicated patterns on the mace and it emitted a sacred aura. It's a divine weapon, said Fang Chen. Divine weapons were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was the lowest grade of divine weapon. Chapter 961. Divine weapons were divided into 9 levels and each level was completely different. A divine weapon like the hidden star sword did not even have a level and could only be considered as the most ordinary divine weapon. Such divine weapons could be found everywhere in the extraterritorial region. Level 2 divine weapon. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he carefully observed the spiked club. The entire Sky Sword Mansion had at most level 1 divine weapons. As for level 2 divine weapons, the small Sky Sword Mansion did not have any. Who would have thought that Hu Mo, who was at the 7th level of the Mystic King Realm, would have a level 2 divine weapon? No wonder the mace is so powerful. Fang Chen recalled the scene where Hu Mo used the mace to escape from Jin Yidao's hands. One must know that even the 5 strongest cultivators only had first-level divine weapons. The value of a level 2 divine weapon was too great. Ordinary martial artists could not afford it at all. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich this time. Fang Chen was overjoyed. However, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had powerful secret skills like the Void Meteor Annihilation and the Secret Ice Sword. Otherwise, even if he broke through to the 3rd level of the Mystic King Realm, he would not be Hu Mo's match. Speaking of which, Hu Mo was only an ordinary 7th level Mystic King Realm martial artist. If it was not for the mace, no one would have noticed him. Playing with the mace in his hand, Fang Chen grinned. After laughing for a while, he regained his composure. Although I have a level 2 divine weapon, I can't use it. Fang Chen said softly. He did not want to stir up trouble when he first came to the Sky Sword Mansion. Once people knew that he had the mace, they would know that he was the one who killed Hu Mo. The force behind Hu Mo would definitely take revenge. With his current strength, any 8th level profound King Realm martial artist would be able to kill him. After the assessment, I'll think of a way to sell it, Fang Chen said. A level 2 divine weapon could be exchanged for countless purple crystals. Coincidentally, he was lacking purple crystals. Putting away the mace, Fang Chen continued to look for demonic beast cores. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, after a bell chime, the 3 days were up. The sound of the bell ringing was incessant. All the cultivators in the Sword Peak mountain range heard it. Some martial artists were extremely excited when they heard the sound of the bell, as if they had just survived a calamity. There were also some cultivators who complained that the time was too short and that they were unable to obtain more demonic beast cores. All participants, quickly withdraw from the Sword Peak mountain range. A vigorous and powerful voice transmitted into the Sword Peak mountain range. In the next moment, countless martial artists flew out like a swarm of bees. When Fang Chen came out, he bumped into Jin Yidao. "How's your harvest?" Jin Yidao asked. "It's all right," Fang Chen said modestly. Jin Yidao nodded, then turned and left. On the vast plains, the old man in charge of recruitment stood in the air and looked down. In just an hour, all the martial artists had come out. When they entered, there were close to 40,000 people. But now, the martial artists that came out were actually less than 30,000 people. In other words, in these 3 days, the death toll was as high as 10,000 people. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he heard this number. The outerverse was boundlessly vast. Profound kings didn't count for much. "Everyone, hand over your demonic beast cores," said the old man in charge of recruitment. Then, everyone began to hand over their demonic beast cores in order. For this reason, the City Lord's mansion had dispatched a large number of guards to collect the demonic beast cores. Even so, it still took an entire day for the demonic beast cores to be completely collected. "Elder, the demonic beast cores have been collected. This is the name list." A martial artist walked over to the old man in charge of recruitment and handed him the name list. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and then looked around at the crowd. "Everyone, after a day of counting, the name list has been revealed. Now, I will announce the top 1,000 martial artists." After that, the old man began to read. First were the 5 great experts, followed by some of the martial artists who were only second to them. Jin Yidao, Feri Chi-yu, Han Luo, Dai Hongxian, Jian Hen. One name after another appeared. Some people were disappointed, while others were excited. When the 100th name was read, Fang Chen's name appeared. 100, Fang Chen. After reading Fang Chen's name, the old man in charge of recruitment was a little surprised. He glanced at Fang Chen and then continued reading. Amazing. Jin Yidao said to himself. The crowd was discussing Fang Chen. Soon, all 1,000 names had been read. Those whose names are not read, quickly leave, said the old man in charge of recruitment. Instantly, over 20,000 people left the plane. In an instant, the plane became much quieter. Only 1,000 martial artists remained. Among these 1,000 martial artists, aside from Fang Chen, they were all high-level Mystic King Realm martial artists. This Fang Chen, what kind of dog's hit luck did he have? He actually passed the test. Damn it, I worked so hard to only obtain 3,000 demonic beast cores. This kid actually obtained more than 10,000. His strength is so low. Could it be that he had other methods to obtain demonic beast cores? For a moment, everyone was discussing Fang Chen. Even the 5 experts had taken notice of Fang Chen's presence. Especially Dai Hongxian and the young master Jian Hen. They exchanged a glance. Could it be that he obtained the 3,000 demonic beast cores on the mountain peak? Thought the young master Jian Hen. After a period of time, the young master Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian quietly returned to the mountain peak. They discovered that the demonic beast cores had disappeared. The black-scale devil panther had also disappeared. This made them suspect that some other martial artists had come here after they had fled. At first, they suspected that the other 3 great experts were the targets. But now, they began to suspect Fang Chen. How could a low-level Mystic King Realm martial artist obtain more than 10,000 demonic beast cores? There had to be some secret behind it. Facing everyone's gazes, Fang Chen remained silent. The 1,000 of you will compete for 200 spots, said the old man in charge of recruitment. This recruitment had a total of 3 trials. These 1,000 people had already passed the first 2 trials. As long as they passed the final trial, they would be able to join the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The final trial tests potential. The people of my Heavenly Sword Mansion not only need to be strong, but also have unparalleled potential, said the old man. Follow me. After saying that, the old man led the 1,000 people into the city. Soon, they appeared in front of a continuous mountain range within the city. This mountain range has 9 peaks. Whoever can climb the 9 peaks can directly join the first army. As for the others, it depends on their ranking. The old man's words caused all the martial artists to cry out in alarm. Isn't it too easy to climb the 9 peaks? Said a warrior. That's right. Isn't this a competition of speed? Many martial artists thought so. Of course, there were also some martial artists who thought that this mountain range was extraordinary. Thinking about it, these 9 peaks definitely won't be so easy to climb, said Jin Yidao. The other experts also nodded. All right, let's begin. Climb the mountain, said the old man in charge of recruitment. Who? The 1,000 martial artists instantly circulated their spiritual chi and flew towards the first peak. Fang Chen was also among them. When he stood at the foot of the first peak, he suddenly felt a pressure. Many martial artists forcibly landed on the ground. They were unable to fly. There's a limit. Soon, some martial artists discovered that the peak was not ordinary. The ones at the front were 5 experts. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they seemed to have realized something. Then, they sat down cross-legged and seemed to be comprehending something. When Fang Chen saw this, he stopped in his tracks. He did not frown and sat down to comprehend. In the sky, the old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, "The prefecture lord has personally placed restrictions on these 9 peaks. Only by completely comprehending them can one ascend the 9th mountain. Elder, I'm afraid that no one will be able to ascend the 9th mountain this time. How could it be so easy to completely comprehend the restrictions placed by the prefecture lord? The prefecture lord wants to test their potential. I'm guessing that the 5 experts should be able to ascend the 7th mountain. As for the others, the 6th mountain will be a problem, said the old man in charge of recruitment. 9 peaks, 9 layers of restrictions. Comprehending one layer of restriction would allow one to ascend a peak. This kind of restriction was not very powerful, but it could see a person's potential. Those with heaven-defying potential could easily comprehend the true essence of the restrictions. 3 minutes later, someone started to move. As expected of the best of the 1,000. The 5 of them managed to comprehend one layer of restriction so quickly, said the old man in charge of recruitment with a satisfied smile. Chapter 962. The 5 experts were the first to reach the first mountain. Then, they began to comprehend the second seal. For the rest of the time, Yarrow Yarrow was in the lead. The other high-level Mystic King Realm martial artists also rushed up the first mountain one after another. As for Fang Chen, he sat cross-legged halfway up the mountain. Spiritual qi surrounded him as he comprehended the first seal. 2 hours later, 800 people reached the first mountain. 4 hours later, except for Fang Chen, everyone reached the first mountain. At this time, the 5 experts had already reached the 5th mountain. They were still in the lead. As for the other experts, some of them also reached the 4th mountain. In the outside world, the experts of the City Lord Mansion were all paying attention to the 5 experts at the front. They had underestimated the potential of the 5 experts. The 5 of them comprehended very quickly. They reached the 5th mountain in 4 hours. It was entirely possible for them to reach the 8th mountain. If these 5 join, the strength of the First Army will definitely skyrocket, someone said. They have already reached the 5th mountain. As they spoke, someone noticed Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting alone on the first mountain. He was still comprehending. Even the old man in charge of recruitment, who had been optimistic about Fang Chen, shook his head helplessly. This kid can't even comprehend the first seal. The old man in charge of recruitment was slightly disappointed. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged halfway up the first mountain. He was absorbing the sealing power of the first mountain. This sealing power is very strong. After the Golden Heart absorbed it, it became abnormally active, Fang Chen said to himself. Everyone thought that he had not comprehended the first seal. Who would have thought that he had already comprehended it? The reason why he did not leave was that the Golden Heart needed to absorb the sealing power. Anyway, there was no time limit for this stage. Fang Chen was not worried. Half a day later, the 5 experts had reached the 7th mountain. Ha, they reached the 7th mountain. Someone laughed. There were still 2 more seals to reach the 9th mountain. No one knew if any of the 5 would be able to do it. Many people in the City Lord Mansion were looking forward to it. On the 7th mountain, Jin Yidao's eyes were cold. Dazzling golden light burst out from his eyes. As for young Master Jian Hen, he was enveloped by sword qi. Fairy qi swirled around fairy qi. The 5 powerhouses were all using their full strength to comprehend the 8th layer of the seal. The seal is getting stronger. Before arriving at the 8th mountain, the 5 cultivators finally felt the pressure. The first 7 seals were very simple, but the 8th seal suddenly increased the difficulty by a lot. For a moment, the 5 experts were trapped in front of the 8th mountain. As for the countless powerful cultivators behind him, they could not even ascend the 7th mountain. Some were in the 5th mountain, some were in the 4th mountain, and a few were in the 6th mountain. The fact that they were able to reach the 6th mountain showed that their potential was second only to the top 5. As time passed, people with great potential gradually widened the gap between them and other martialists. Looks like the test is about to end, someone said in a low voice. Even as the words left his mouth, a powerful rumbling sound suddenly came from the 8th mountain. Next, the 5 powerful cultivators stepped onto the 8th mountain. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. After stepping onto the 8th mountain, the 5 powerful cultivators sat down on the ground, extremely excited. We were lucky to be able to unlock the 8th layer of the seal. As for the 9th layer of the seal, we can't unlock it at all with our strength, Fairy Chi said softly. The other 4 nodded heavily. They had already given up. Being able to reach the 8th mountain was already considered the best. Suddenly, Jin Yidao asked, however, if the 5 of us reach the 8th mountain at the same time, who will be first overall? In the eyes of the 5 of them, if they could surpass the other party in terms of ranking, it would definitely be something to be happy about. Hearing this, the others also looked at each other. It's too early to say. Let's wait until the test is over, Han Luo said. After resting for a moment, young Master Jian Hen stood up and glanced at the martialists trapped in the first 6 mountains. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. When he saw that there were still people on the first mountain, he sneered. Trash. Young Master Jian Hen's words attracted the attention of the other 4. When they saw Fang Chen sitting cross-legged on the first mountain, they were also a little stunned. This, under normal circumstances, as long as one had a little bit of potential, they would be able to break through the first seal. Even if they were weak, they shouldn't be trapped on the first mountain. What was going on with this Fang Chen? It wasn't just the 5 experts. The other martialists were also very curious. Outside, the old man in charge of recruiting looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. He was a little puzzled. After another 2 hours, the rankings were basically fixed. None of the martialists wanted to waste their energy trying to break through. That was because they had already reached the limit of their potential. They couldn't advance any further. At this time, Dai Hongxian looked at the old man in charge of recruiting in front of the mountain range. Senior, can the 3rd stage of the test end? Are you all going to give up? The old man in charge of recruiting looked at the martialists below the 200th place and asked. Everyone nodded and chose to give up. Seeing this, the old man in charge of recruiting prepared to announce. However, at this time, Fang Chen on the first mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Senior, if I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a time limit for the 3rd stage, right? Fang Chen raised his head to look at the sky. That's right. There really isn't a time limit, said the old man in charge of recruiting. Then isn't it too early to announce that it's over? Asked Fang Chen. The old man in charge of recruiting was silent, not saying anything. As for the 8th mountain's Jian Hen, he was a little unhappy. You've been in the first mountain for so long. Even if you were given a year, you still wouldn't be able to enter the top 200. Brat, don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and scram, said Dai Hongxian. In the face of Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen's mockery, Fang Chen didn't retort. Senior, Junior still wants to try. Fang Chen cupped his hands. After thinking for a moment, the old man in charge of recruiting said, all right. Fang Chen hadn't broken the rules. Although the old man in charge of recruiting didn't think highly of Fang Chen, he still agreed to Fang Chen's request. Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen's Jian Hen sneered. They had been constantly belittling Fang Chen. Even the other cultivators had a lot of complaints about Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored them and calmly climbed to the top of the first mountain. Then he began to comprehend the 2nd seal. 3 minutes later, the 2nd seal was undone. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Chen undid the 9 seals with lightning speed. This speed. Even the old man in charge of recruiting was extremely excited. Fang Chen's speed of removing the seal was even faster than the 5 great powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 6th mountain. At this time, the cultivator who had just belittled Fang Chen felt his face burning as if he had been viciously slapped. How is this possible? His undoing the seals so quickly. Many people didn't understand. Some even thought that Fang Chen was cheating. However, the old man in charge of recruiting hadn't said anything from the start. They also didn't dare to say anything. Well done. On the 8th mountain, Jin Yidao grinned. He didn't believe that Fang Chen would stop at the first mountain. As expected, Fang Chen's performance had shocked everyone. Even Fairy Qi Yu and Han Luo nodded their heads. As for Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian, their expressions were gloomy. What do you mean he reached the 7th mountain? Beneath the 5 experts, his potential is number 1. His potential is too heaven-defying. The potential that Fang Chen had displayed had even shocked the old man in charge of recruiting. On the 8th mountain, seeing that Fang Chen was comprehending the 8th seal, Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen couldn't help but ridicule him. A toad is a toad in the end. How could it be so easy to reach the 8th mountain? Said Jen Hen. That's true. Even I found it hard to comprehend the 8th seal, let alone him, said Dai Hongxian disdainfully. That's hard to say. Fairy Chi Yu's eyes flickered. Boom. Fang Chen opened his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, he climbed the 8th mountain. The 8th mountain. Fang Chen had truly reached the 8th mountain. What did that mean? It meant that his potential was already on par with the 5 experts. In fact, from a certain point of view, the 5 experts' potential was a bit inferior to Fang Chen's. Chapter 963. 6 people stood on the 8th mountain. Jin Yidao gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. As for Dai Hongxian and the Gen Scar Prince, they snorted coldly and did not say anything else. To them, potential was only a small part of one's strength. Fang Chen's current strength was like an ant in their eyes. Outside, the elder in charge of recruitment laughed when he saw Fang Chen ascend the 8th mountain. This kid is interesting. Elder, the result should be settled now, right? A martial artist asked. The elder in charge of recruitment nodded and was about to announce the result. However, Fang Chen's next move made him hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen brushed past the Gen Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian and walked towards the 9th mountain. He's going to challenge the 9th mountain. Is he crazy? Does he think that he can challenge the 9th mountain just because he reached the 8th mountain? Some martial artists cried out involuntarily. The 5 powerful experts from the 8th mountain all cried out in shock for a moment before coming to their senses. Jin Yidao, Han Luo, and Fairy Chi Yu looked at Fang Chen's back with burning eyes. The Gen Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian started to mock Fang Chen. They both thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Did he think that his potential was the best in the world just because he reached the 8th mountain? How dare he try to challenge the 9th mountain? Why didn't the 5 experts even think about challenging the 9th mountain? That was because only the 5 great experts knew that the 9th layer of the seal had a very strong backlash. Once they failed, they would suffer a backlash. If it was light, they would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, they would die. This was what they felt when they tried to challenge the 8th mountain. Therefore, after going through so much to reach the 8th mountain, they gave up on the idea of challenging the 9th mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely stupid in everyone's eyes. He wants to challenge the 9th mountain? The old man in charge of recruitment was also startled. Soon after, he asked. The other martial artists of the City Lord's mansion opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen. In this recruitment, the City Lord had personally said that no one in the Mystic King realm could ascend the 9th mountain. One could easily imagine how powerful the 9th layer of the seal was. Before Fang Chen arrived at the 9th mountain, he felt a strong spatial fluctuation. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His aura spread out as he made contact with the 9th seal. Is this the 9th seal? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 9th seal was at least 10 times stronger than the previous 8 seals. Fang Chen also felt a trace of pressure. For a moment, he was unable to find a breakthrough. Seal the surroundings. Space ripples. Fang Chen studied it carefully. The 9th seal was too powerful. Even he didn't have any confidence in breaking it. However, the rapid beating of his golden heart made him make this decision. Perhaps there was something on the 9th mountain that the golden heart longed for. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would persist. Rumble Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to meditate. Time continued to pass under everyone's gaze. Knock knock knock. At a certain moment, the golden heart began to beat abnormally. Fang Chen was instantly awakened. It was also at this moment that he captured a trace of the true essence of the 9th seal. Space aura. Can I integrate my true intent of spacetime into the 9th seal? Fang Chen made a bold guess and then tried to let the true intent of spacetime into the 9th seal. Hiss. Under Fang Chen's control, the true intent of spacetime quietly came into contact with the seal. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. When the 9th seal came into contact with the true intent of spacetime, cracks appeared. Fang Chen's mind buzzed. In the next moment, he found a direction and continued to meditate on the 9th seal. As expected, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Under his meditation, the floors of the ninth seal were getting bigger and bigger. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. In the outside world, the elder in charge of recruitment saw the commotion on the ninth mountain and was extremely anxious. Could he really reach the ninth mountain? If Fang Chen could really reach the ninth mountain, it would shock the entire Skysword Mansion. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. This kid is not simple. This was what Han Luo and Fairy Chi Yu thought. Seeing this scene, Jin Yidao was the most excited. He was also happy for Fang Chen. As for the Jianhen Prince and Dai Hongxian, their faces were ashen and they were silent. Rip. Finally, after the true intent of spacetime was fully injected into the ninth seal, the crack was big enough for Fang Chen to reach the ninth mountain. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes and took a step forward to reach the ninth mountain. Whoosh! The martial artists on the ninth mountain were in an uproar. Even the people in the city lord's mansion were shocked. Heavens, he really reached the ninth mountain. Didn't the mansion master say that no one in the Mystic King realm could reach the ninth mountain? Could it be that this kid's potential is so strong that the mansion master miscalculated? This kid's potential is too heaven-defying. For a time, all the martial artists on the ninth mountain were shouting in shock. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. After reaching the ninth mountain, his body was filled with an extremely majestic aura. This aura gave Fang Chen a fierce and domineering feeling. This is astral essence. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why the golden heart was beating so strangely. It was all because of the astral essence on the ninth mountain. Not only did the outer realm have spiritual qi, but it also had an aura that was of a higher level than spiritual qi. This aura was called astral essence. Under normal circumstances, astral essence was invisible. Only those who had reached the heaven realm could absorb astral essence. As for the astral essence on the ninth mountain, it was solidified, and one look was enough to tell that it was man-made. It should be the work of the expert who set up the ninth seal, Fang Chen said inwardly. Above the Mystic King realm was the heaven realm. Mystic kings could not absorb astral essence, but the golden heart could. In the blink of an eye, countless thick astral essence were absorbed by the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart became even more dazzling. Rumble! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then, ripples appeared in the void, and an illusory figure appeared. City Lord. Seeing this, the martial artist in charge of recruiting called out loudly, his eyes filled with respect. The other martial artists on the ninth mountain also looked up. The majestic figure in the sky was the invincible existence of the Skysword Mansion, the Skysword Mansion Master. Mansion Master. The appearance of the Skysword Mansion Master gave people a sense of oppression. Everyone looked at the Skysword Mansion Master nervously. As for the Skysword Mansion Master, he looked at the ninth mountain. You are the overall champion of this test. The Skysword Mansion Master's figure was very heavy, and his voice lingered for a long time. After the Skysword Mansion Master appeared and said this, his illusory figure dissipated. The pressure on everyone was reduced, but they were also shocked because of this. Even the Mansion Master was alarmed. The old man in charge of recruiting was very excited. The Mansion Master had manifested his consciousness and personally appointed Fang Chen as the overall champion of this test. This was a great honor. Damn it, damn it. Jian Scar young master was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed this kid in the Sword Peak Mountain. The 5 great experts were competing with each other to be the champion. However, who would have thought that the final first place would actually be obtained by a nobody? Moreover, they had no power to fight back. What could they do? The Mansion Master had personally appointed the champion, and their resistance was futile. Jin Yidao, Han Luo, and Fairy Chi Yu's eyes were filled with envy. To be appointed by the City Lord was a great honor. Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar young master were filled with jealousy, and there was even a trace of undetectable killing intent in their eyes. This is a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. The appearance of the Skysword Mansion Master shocked Fang Chen. A Heaven Star Border Realm expert could give off such pressure just by manifesting his consciousness. What if it was his real body? Heaven Star Border Realm and Mystic King Realm were only one realm apart, but the difference was huge. When will I be able to step into the Heaven Star Border Realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the old man in charge of recruiting finally spoke. After this test, the top 200 martial artists will join the first army. The rest of the martial artists can leave. Chapter 964. There were 9 mountains in the mountain range. The city lord had personally set up the 9 layers seal. He had even said that none of the Mystic King Realm martial artists in the Skysword Mansion could ascend the 9th mountain. The city lord's words were proven to be true. The 5 great elites were the most popular candidates in this assessment. They were the strongest. However, even with their potential, they were unable to ascend the 9th mountain. This was enough to prove how powerful the 9 layers seal was. However, Fang Chen's appearance broke the stalemate. He had successfully ascended the 9th mountain and became the most dazzling person in this assessment. The city lord had even personally awarded him the title of number 1 in the comprehensive assessment. This was a great honor. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the imposing figure on the 9th mountain. Fang Chen stood quietly on the 9th mountain. The city lord's appearance made him feel pressured. A Mystic King Realm martial artist was nothing in front of a Heaven Star Border martial artist. The city lord had appeared because he could lift the 9th layer seal. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be able to make the city lord pay attention to him. After a short moment of excitement, Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the sinister eyes of Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar Prince on the 8th mountain, Fang Chen knew that some people were not convinced that he had ascended the 9th mountain. It was all because he was too weak. If his strength was comparable to the 5 great elites, who would dare to be unconvinced? However, he had passed the assessment and could join the Skysword Mansion. He was about to be promoted. Once he was promoted, even Jian Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian would have to think twice before attacking him. The assessment has ended. Everyone, disperse. The elder in charge of recruitment calmed himself down and said in a deep voice. Instantly, the martial artists who did not enter the top 200 were dejected. They sighed and turned to leave. In the end, there were only 200 people left on the 9 mountains. These 200 people would become the new blood of the number 1 army. First of all, I represent the Skysword Mansion to congratulate all 200 of you. The elder in charge of recruitment said slowly. Then, he continued, from today onwards, all of you are members of the Skysword Mansion's number 1 army. Follow me. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. 200 cultivators followed behind the old man who was in charge of recruitment and headed towards the city lord's mansion. In the crowd, Jin Yidao found Fang Chen. Good boy, you're really amazing. Jin Yidao was full of praise for Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's strength was not strong, his potential surpassed that of the 5 powerhouses. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just chuckled. Dai Hongxian and Sword Scar Young Master turned to look at the smiling Fang Chen and coldly snorted, what a lucky bastard. Before long, everyone arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. The 4 great armies of the Skysword Mansion are located around the city lord mansion. The first army is located in the east. The old man in charge of recruitment said. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out from a mansion to the east of the city lord's mansion. The test is over. This figure had a full beard and was extremely tall and sturdy. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, these 200 people are the top 200 of this test. The tall and sturdy bearded man glanced at the 200 people and then nodded. Then I'll bring them in. Old man, I must congratulate you this time. Oh, what are you congratulating me for? The tall and sturdy bearded man asked in surprise. Among them, there is one person who broke through the 9 seals that the city lord personally placed and ascended the 9th mountain. Even the city lord personally came out and declared him the number 1 of this test, said the old man in charge of recruitment. There's such a thing. The tall and sturdy bearded man's eyes brightened and he looked in the direction the old man was pointing. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he was a bit suspicious. The first one is him. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said a few words to the tall and sturdy bearded man before turning and leaving. The tall and sturdy bearded man stood on the ground and loudly said, "I am the captain of the First Army's guards. From today onwards, you 200 people are my subordinates. Follow me." The 200 people followed the tall and sturdy man into the First Army's mansion. Only after entering did Fang Chen realize that, although it was called a mansion, it was actually the First Army's headquarters. This mansion occupied an extremely large area. There was everything one could possibly need within the mansion. The Heavenly Sword Mansion has a total of 4 armies that protect the city. Our First Army has 4 guard squads. I am the captain of the 3rd guard squad, said the tall and sturdy bearded man. Fang Chen had already learned about this before. Each guard squad had 500 people, and they were all profound king elites. The tall and sturdy bearded man was called Hu Ming, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound king realm. The 3rd guard squad suffered disastrous casualties in the previous mission. Including the vice captain, 200 people have all died, said Hu Ming. You've just joined the 3rd guard squad, so familiarize yourselves with each other first. In 3 days, a new vice captain will be elected. As he spoke, Hu Ming led the 200 people behind him to a large courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard was the number 3. This is where the 3rd guard squad lives. There are 500 rooms here, and each person can have one. You can choose your own. After speaking, Hu Ming turned and left. The 200 cultivators began to choose their rooms one after another. At this moment, the original members of the 3rd guard squad walked out from some of the rooms. There's a newcomer. These newcomers don't know the rules at all. We should teach them a lesson. Just wait. Shui Yonglong will make a move. These old people looked at the newcomers with disdain. Fang Chen scanned these seniors with his soul. He discovered that most of them were in the 8th level of the profound king realm. It seems like most of the members of the 3rd guard squad are in the 8th level of the profound king realm. The 9th level of the profound king realm should be the experts in the guard squad. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a furious roar came from one of the rooms. Who's disturbing my sleep? As soon as the voice finished speaking, a figure walked out. There was a deep scar on this person's arm. He was emitting a terrifying aura, and his face was filled with anger. It's you bastards who disturbed my sleep. Shui Yonglong was a ruthless person of the 3rd guard squad. He loved to sleep, and he hated it when people disturbed his sleep. The 200 newcomers had just arrived, and they hadn't realized that they had disturbed Shui Yonglong. The 200 newcomers stopped and frowned. They had just entered the 3rd guard squad, and they had already encountered such a tyrannical person. What? You're disturbing my sleep. You don't dare to speak. Shui Yonglong was furious. Shui Yonglong, there are a few tough ones among this batch of newcomers. Be careful not to kick an iron plate. Some of the seniors deliberately provoked Shui Yonglong. Shui Yonglong snorted coldly and his gaze fell on Jin Yidao. You, fight me, said Shui Yonglong coldly. Why? Asked Jin Yidao. I hate sabers, said Shui Yonglong icily as he pointed at the scar on his arm. Whoosh. Before Jin Yidao could react, Shui Yonglong had already begun his attack. Shui Yonglong's entire body's strength erupted and gathered on his fist as he punched Jin Yidao. Damn it! Jin Yidao let out a low roar and unleashed a fierce and tyrannical saber art. The spectating seniors were all astonished by Jin Yidao's attack. This kid's strength is pretty good. I've heard of this Jin Yidao. He came from the mortal continent. To be able to reach this level, he's definitely someone with great willpower. I wonder if Shui Yonglong can defeat Jin Yidao. Some of them recognized Jin Yidao. The peak of the 8th level of the profound king realm was considered an expert in the 3rd guard squad. Bang! Bang! After a series of attacks, Shui Yonglong discovered that he was unable to hit Jin Yidao. Damn it! Shui Yonglong let out a low roar and used his full strength. On the other side, Jin Yidao's saber art was even fiercer. Swish! A golden saber light cut through the air and slashed at Shui Yonglong's arm. It struck the scar on Shui Yonglong's arm. Shui Yonglong was forced back. Kid, I, Shui Yonglong, will remember you, said Shui Yonglong coldly, no longer attacking. Jin Yidao shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Shui Yonglong's gaze turned to Fang Chen. Chapter 965. A trash at the third level of the Mystic King realm dares to join the third Guardian squad? Shui Yonglong's voice echoed in the courtyard. It was only then that many old people noticed Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. How could a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist pass the test and join the third Guardian squad? Could it be that he got in through the back door? Thinking of this, many old people looked at Fang Chen with unfriendly eyes. Shui Yonglong's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic King realm. He was slightly inferior to Jin Yidao. He was filled with anger when he noticed Fang Chen. Fang Chen was helpless. He was definitely unjustly implicated. I passed the test. Naturally, I can join, Fang Chen said calmly. There was no fear in his eyes. I, Shui Yonglong, will be the first to not believe that you can pass the test with your strength, Shui Yonglong said in a deep voice. Although he had a bad temper, he had a strong sense of belonging to the third Guardian squad. A third-level Mystic King realm martial artist joining the third Guardian squad made Shui Yonglong very angry. At this moment, Jin Yidao said, "This person is the overall champion of the test." What overall champion? Shui Yonglong sneered. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could take first place. Let me test your strength. Shui Yonglong shouted and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the space-time true intent. Crash. His figure disappeared into the void. Shui Yonglong's punch missed. Space-type true intent. Shui Yonglong said and continued to attack. Fang Chen constantly used the space-time true intent to dodge, but Shui Yonglong was still able to catch some traces. Bang! At a certain moment, just as Fang Chen's figure was revealed, Shui Yonglong's fist came crashing down. With a bang, Fang Chen was caught off guard and was hit by Shui Yonglong's fist. Fortunately, the Peak Saint Realm sword body was activated in time and blocked 90% of the attack. Fang Chen was forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen looked at Shui Yonglong with flickering eyes. That's all there is to it. Shui Yonglong sneered. Right at that moment, Hu Ming appeared. Stop. Hu Ming was the opponent of the third Guardian squad, and he possessed great deterrence. His appearance immediately stopped Shui Yonglong. Captain, you came at the right time. Before Shui Yonglong could finish, Hu Ming interrupted him. Shui Yonglong, what are you doing? Shouted Hu Ming. Captain, Fang Chen has a cultivation base. For you to attack him, are you seeking death? Asked Hu Ming. Hearing this, Shui Yonglong turned pale with fright. That's impossible. He just joined the third Guardian squad and hasn't been given a rank yet. Shui Yonglong shook his head and didn't believe what Hu Ming said. The other elders nodded in agreement. Every martial artist who joined the Sky Sword Mansion could only be considered to have a rank after they were given a rank. As for these newcomers, they had just arrived at the third Guardian squad. How could they have a rank? Idiot, this person was personally chosen by His Excellency the City Lord. When the test ended, His Excellency the City Lord had already given this person a rank, Hu Ming said. Shui Yonglong's heart sank. His Excellency the City Lord had personally given this person a rank, and he had even personally chosen this person to be first place. How is this possible? Shui Yonglong was unable to accept this. As for the other elders, they looked at each other in dismay. They clearly hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The eyes of the other newcomers were filled with envy. They had yet to obtain a rank, but Fang Chen had already obtained one. That was the difference. H. The City Lord personally gave you a rank, and you still dare to question it. Hu Ming's expression was unkind. Shui Yonglong's heart gradually calmed down. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Fang Chen had a rank. If he had injured or killed Fang Chen just now, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Then, under everyone's gazes, Shui Yonglong walked in front of Fang Chen and cupped his hands in apology. Brother, I've offended you. Please forgive me. With a rank, he would receive the Sky Sword Mansion's protection. Furthermore, this person had been personally chosen by the City Lord. Even if Shui Yonglong had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare act rashly. It's fine. Fang Chen shrugged. Although Shui Yonglong had a bad temper, his nature was still all right. Shui Yonglong was overjoyed. As long as Fang Chen didn't pursue this matter, then he wouldn't need to be punished. Behave yourself in the future. Hu Ming looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, come with me. After Fang Chen and Hu Ming left, Shui Yonglong returned to his room like a frozen eggplant. As for the other elders, they no longer watched and scattered. City Lord's mansion, conference hall. There was a figure sitting on a black throne. This figure was surrounded by dense sword qi. Looking carefully, the black throne was covered in engravings of sword-shaped symbols. City Lord, Fang Chen has arrived. A voice rang out. Come in. An ancient voice rang out from the throne. Creak. The door opened and Hu Ming brought Fang Chen into the conference hall. Greetings to the City Lord. Hu Ming cupped his hands towards Fang Chen. Not bad. The City Lord nodded with a smile. I've investigated your information. You should be from the mortal continent, right? Fang Chen nodded. Your cultivation is only at the 3rd level Mystic King Realm, but your potential is stronger than a 8th level Mystic King Realm martial artist. You can easily break the 9 layers seal that I set up. It's only a matter of time before you enter the Heaven Star Border Realm. Hearing the City Lord's words, Hu Ming was shocked. He had been at the limit of the Mystic King Realm for a long time, but he couldn't enter the Heaven Star Border Realm. Fang Chen was only at the 3rd level Mystic King Realm, but the City Lord said that it was only a matter of time before he entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. It seemed like Fang Chen's potential was truly heaven-defying. You're the first in the comprehensive assessment. You should receive the reward you deserve. Suddenly, the City Lord said. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place in the comprehensive assessment would receive a reward. The reward this time is a rank 2 divine weapon. Choose one. The City Lord said. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Hu Ming were both shocked. They didn't expect the reward to be so generous. Rank 2 divine weapons were very rare in the Skysword Prefecture. Even in the Demon Cloud Prefecture's capital, they were very precious. Rank 2 divine weapon. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He then looked at the City Lord and said, City Lord, I have a divine weapon. It's an ordinary divine weapon, but it's something that I painstakingly nurtured. May I know what it is? You want me to raise your divine weapon to the rank 2 level? The City Lord asked. Fang Chen nodded. He was a little nervous. The City Lord was high and mighty. He didn't know if he would agree to his request. Okay. The City Lord said. Take out your weapon. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and handed it to the City Lord. Come and get the sword in 3 days. After saying that, the City Lord disappeared. Fang Chen, congratulations. Hu Ming grinned. In his heart, he was very envious of Fang Chen. He, Hu Ming, had never owned a rank 2 divine weapon, but Fang Chen had obtained one with his cultivation. However, the rank 2 divine weapon was given by the City Lord, so he didn't have the slightest greedy thought. Hu Ming walked out of the meeting hall with Fang Chen. Suddenly, his body shook and a voice appeared in his mind. Then, Hu Ming looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it was the time for the 3rd guard to choose the vice captain. 300 old people and 200 new people were qualified to compete for the vice captain position. However, some weak martial artists directly gave up. Among the new people, only 5 experts were ready to compete. Among the old people, there were many martial artists who wanted to compete. However, the one who had the most support was Huyen Long. Huyen Long's cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the profound King Realm. He was the strongest expert in the 3rd guard, second only to Hu Ming. It was natural for him to become the vice captain. Even before Hu Ming arrived, Hu Yanlong had already challenged the 5 strongest newcomers. After defeating the 5 of you, no one will compete with me for the vice captain position. Hu Yanlong's strength was very strong. He fought 5 battles in a row and defeated the 5 newcomers in a thunderous manner. I, Hu Yanlong, am the vice captain. Is there anyone else who doesn't agree? Hu Yanlong looked around and shouted. Everyone shook their heads in agreement. However, At this moment, Hu Ming appeared. Chapter 966. Originally, Hu Yanlong had thought that victory was within his grasp. After defeating the top 5 newcomers, there was no one left to compete with him for the vice-captain position. It was as if he could already see himself becoming the vice-captain and being given the 8th rank position. However, this sudden voice caused a faint trace of anger to rise in Hu Yanlong's heart. Hu Ming had appeared. He had brought Fang Chen here. Everyone turned to look at Hu Ming. They didn't understand what he meant. Captain Hu, you just said that the vice-captain position would be taken by this newcomer. Hu Yanlong suppressed his anger. Hu Ming nodded. That's right. From today onwards, Fang Chen will be our 3rd guard squad's vice-captain. Hu Ming's words completely infuriated Hu Yanlong. Although Hu Yanlong respected Hu Ming, he looked down on Fang Chen. A newcomer with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the profound king realm wanted to step on him and become the guard squad's vice-captain. How could he accept that? Captain Hu, didn't you say that the vice-captain position would be chosen from the entire squad? It hasn't even started yet, but you've already decided on him. I, Hu Yanlong, refuse to accept that, said Hu Yanlong. As the vice-captain, he must have powerful martial strength. Does a 3rd level profound king like him have that? Hu Yanlong was extremely displeased. He had just defeated the top 5 newcomers and was prepared to take the vice-captain position. But now, an unforeseen event had occurred. In an instant, Hu Yanlong's displeasure was completely vented. Hu Ming didn't reprimand Hu Yanlong. He could understand Hu Yanlong's feelings, but he had no other choice. That was because this decision hadn't been made by him. It had been personally instructed by the city master. 3 days ago, when he had left the discussion hall with Fang Chen, the city master had sent him a voice transmission to tell him about this matter. Within the Heavenly Sword Mansion, the city master was the strongest decision-maker. No one could refute his decisions. Hu Yanlong, I understand how you feel, said Hu Ming. Captain, our 3rd guard squad respects you as the leader. But you can't joke about the life and death of the entire squad, said Hu Yanlong. Captain, we refuse to accept Fang Chen as vice-captain. Many of the squad members began to shout out their dissatisfaction. Hu Ming sighed and said, this is the city lord's decision. As soon as Hu Ming said this, everyone was shocked. How is it possible that the governor's decision? After a brief moment of shock, everyone looked at Fang Chen seriously. It really is the city lord's decision. Hu Yanlong's face was full of helplessness, and his brows were tightly knitted. Hu Ming nodded heavily. Seeing that, Hu Yanlong's heart was filled with unwillingness. Why is he, a low-level mystic king realm martial artist, able to become a vice-captain, while I, Hu Yanlong, have worked so hard for so many years, yet I'm not even given a fair chance to compete for the position of vice-captain? Hu Yanlong shouted loudly, feeling very wronged in his heart. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Fang Chen. Hu Ming could do nothing about it. This was the city lord's decision. The city lord's decision cannot be doubted. From today onwards, I hope that everyone can respect our vice-captain, Fang Chen. Hu Ming said, all right, everyone can disperse. After that, Hu Ming said to Fang Chen, follow me. Although Fang Chen did not say anything, he was quite surprised. Why would the city lord make him a vice-captain? Along the way, Fang Chen was very puzzled. Fang Chen, it seems like the city lord values you. You have to know that the city lord has never made an exception to take care of others. Hu Ming grinned. Captain Hu, where are we going now? Fang Chen asked. Follow me to the First Army's headquarters. At the First Army's headquarters, the captain and vice-captain of the 3 major guards were all present. When Fang Chen and Hu Ming arrived, everyone else had already arrived. At the head of the table sat 2 middle-aged men. Their auras were very heavy. Heaven Star Border Realm. As soon as they entered the hall, Fang Chen sensed that the 2 middle-aged men at the head of the table were not ordinary. Their auras were exactly the same as the City Lords, but they were much weaker than the City Lords. He could tell at a glance that the 2 of them were Heaven Star Border experts. Commanders, Fang Chen is here. Hu Ming cupped his hands and said to the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded their heads. From today onwards, Fang Chen will be the vice-captain of the 3rd Guard Squad. He will now be awarded the 8th rank. Being awarded the 8th rank meant that within the Sky Sword Mansion, no 9th rank or non-ranked martial artists would be able to attack him. Thank you, commanders. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Being at the 8th rank meant that he had a preliminary guarantee in the Sky Sword Mansion. At the very least, even the Jian Scar Young Master and Dai Hongxian would not dare to attack him. Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar Young Master were at the 9th rank, so they had no right to attack Fang Chen. If they were found to have secretly attacked a high-ranked martial artist, the punishment would be severe. After the rank awarding ceremony, the 2 commanders left the hall. At this moment, the captains and vice-captains of the other 3 guards looked at Fang Chen with disdain. "Mph, what a lucky bastard. A low-level Mystic King Realm martial artist actually became a vice-captain. In my opinion, the 3rd Guard Squad must be empty. The vice-captain is so weak. Don't talk nonsense. This is the City Lord's order." Hu Ming snorted coldly and did not reply to the crowd's ridicule. He then left with Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since he joined the Sky Sword Mansion. During this period, Fang Chen had been staying in the 3rd Guard Squad. This way, he would be able to save quite a lot of purple crystals. Furthermore, his cultivation would gradually increase as well. However, it was tough on the little mouse. Because this was the 3rd Guard Squad, the rules were strict. Fang Chen did not dare to let the little mouse run around. The little mouse had been staying in the interspatial ring. These 3 months were very peaceful. Although many people looked down on Fang Chen, because of his position, they would still greet him. On this day, after the peaceful days, a mission finally came. This was the first time Fang Chen had received a mission. Hu Ming found Fang Chen in the 3rd Guard Squad. "Fang Chen, this time there's a mission that requires you to lead a team," said Hu Ming. "Captain Hu, what mission?" After 3 months of peaceful days, Fang Chen was not used to it. He wanted to go out for a walk. The demonic blood race has been discovered in a secret place within the Sky Sword Mansion. "You need to lead a team to eliminate them," said Hu Ming. "When do we leave?" asked Fang Chen. "Today." Hu Ming pondered for a moment, then warned, "This mission is extremely dangerous. You will lead the 5 strongest newcomers and Hu Yanlong. Remember, you must be careful. In the last mission, the 3rd Guard Squad had lost 200 people. Even the vice-captain had died. Hu Ming had suffered a huge blow. This mission was also very dangerous, but there was no other way. The new vice-captain had to lead a team to complete the mission. This could also be considered a test for the vice-captain. "I know." After saying goodbye to Hu Ming, Fang Chen went to find the other 6 members. "The mission assigned by the higher-ups requires the 6 of you to complete with me," said Fang Chen concisely. Jin Yidao and the others nodded. "Vice-captain, what is the mission this time?" asked Hu Yanlong. Although Hu Yanlong was unwilling to accept Fang Chen, he still had to follow the rules. "The demonic blood race has been discovered in the northwestern region of the Sky Sword Mansion. We're going to eliminate them," said Fang Chen. "The demonic blood race." Hu Yanlong's expression changed and he cried out involuntarily. Clearly, Hu Yanlong knew the demonic blood race very well. However, after a short moment of shock, Hu Yanlong calmed down. There was no way he could refuse a mission assigned by the higher-ups. At this moment, Dai Hongxian and the Swordsguard Prince's eyes flashed with craftiness. They exchanged a glance. "Mph, a piece of trash wants to be vice-captain? What a dream. This time, we'll go to the northwestern region and kill him. Even if the higher-ups investigate, they won't suspect me." Dai Hongxian and the Swordsguard Prince had already decided that once they reached the northwestern region, they would use the demonic blood race to kill Fang Chen. "Do the 6 of you need to prepare?" asked Fang Chen. The 6 of them shook their heads. Fang Chen said, "All right, let's go now." Including Fang Chen, the 7 of them hurriedly set off for the northwestern region. Chapter 967. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory was extremely vast. The 7 of them flew at full speed and took a month to reach the northwest region. The northwest region was the border of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory. It was close to the Demon Cloud State's capital. According to the instructions of the mission, the demonic blood tribe will appear in this mountain range. Fang Chen stopped and looked down. According to the mission, a total of 9 members of the demon blood race were found. 3 of them were at the 9th level of the profound king realm, while the rest were at the 8th level of the profound king realm. Under normal circumstances, the 7 of them should be able to kill the members of the demon blood race. But everyone knew that the demon blood race had a secret technique to ignite their bloodline. Once they used that forbidden technique, their battle power would soar. Be careful. After saying that, Fang Chen led the way into the mountain range. Just as Fang Chen and the others entered the mountain range, a major event occurred in the Demon Cloud State's capital of the Demon Cloud State. Demon Cloud State, Demon Cloud Family's meeting hall. The Patriarch's expression was incomparably gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Lianju's murderer has appeared. The words of the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud clan caused the expressions of the elders present to change drastically. Patriarch, you sensed the murderer's location? Asked an elder. Patriarch, where is the murderer? Let me go kill him. He dares to attack my Demon Cloud family? He's courting death. The elders were furious and were about to attack. The Patriarch waved his hand and said, let Mo Yun Lianlong go. When Mo Yun Lianju died, a mark was placed on Fang Chen's body. As long as it was within a certain distance, the Patriarch would be able to sense it. And now, the Patriarch sensed that the murderer wasn't far away, and his cultivation wasn't strong. Patriarch, don't worry. I will definitely kill the murderer and avenge my brother, said Mo Yun Lianlong. Fang Chen didn't know that the Demon Cloud family had already noticed him and was sending cultivators to kill him. In this mountain range, the 7 of them were constantly searching. Finally, after searching for 3 days, they found a member of the demon blood race. Kill. Fang Chen shouted. Hu Yanlong took the lead. Rumble. The members of the demonic blood clan looked exactly like humans, but they had a pair of wings on their backs and blood-red eyes. Hu Yanlong and this demonic blood clan member instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Jin Yidao, Fairy Chi Yu, and Han Luo also made their moves. Only Dai Hongxian and young master Jian Hen stood there quietly, not prepared to make a move. Why aren't you attacking? Fang Chen asked coldly with an ashen face. As the vice captain, your strength must be extraordinary. I believe that you will be able to deal with this puny demonic blood tribe without us taking action. Young master Jian Scar sneered. Fang Chen snorted coldly and ignored Dai Hongxian and young master Jian Scar. He activated the true meaning of spacetime and joined the battle. Swoosh. Gradually, the members of the demonic blood race felt the pressure. They flapped their wings and prepared to flee. Stay! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. With a tap of his toes, the spacetime aura instantly spread out. Then, he silently appeared beside the demonic blood clan member. Creek space froze, and the bodies of the demonic blood race members were instantly imprisoned. Kill! Fang Chen roared and pulled out the hidden star sword. He used the 3 revolution radiant sword art and stabbed it at the demonic blood clan member. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong and the others' attacks also landed on the demonic blood clan member's body. Ah! When the demonic blood clan member regained his freedom, he let out a miserable cry. The hidden star sword was a 2nd-rank divine weapon personally refined by the city lord. When it stabbed into the demonic blood clan member's head, it instantly shattered his soul. Crack! The demonic blood clan member's body exploded. He died instantly. Whoosh! Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the demonic blood clan member. 2nd-rank divine weapon. Everyone recognized Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Their eyes were filled with envy. Hu Yanlong had clearly seen the battle just now. Vice Captain, it's all thanks to you, said Hu Yanlong. If it weren't for Fang Chen, the demonic blood clan member would have already fled. I only blocked him for a moment. Your contribution is the greatest, said Fang Chen modestly. Vice Captain, your space-related true meaning is too tyrannical. Hu Yanlong grinned. Hu Yanlong was originally a sentimental person. At first, he didn't accept Fang Chen as vice captain because Fang Chen was too weak. But now, after personally witnessing Fang Chen's space-related true meaning, He was also rather impressed by Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Hu Yanlong walked to the demonic blood clan member's side and picked up an eyeball, putting it into his interspatial ring. This eyeball was used to turn in the mission. Jin Yidao, Fairy Chi Yu, and Han Luo were also looking at Fang Chen with smiles. They were also very happy that they had killed a demonic blood clan member in their first battle. At this time, Fang Chen looked at the Sword Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian in the distance. If there is a next time, go back and ask Captain Hu Ming for punishment, said Fang Chen in a deep voice. These two actually didn't listen to his order just now. Hearing this, Dai Hongxian and the Sword Scar Prince remained silent, but the killing intent in their eyes intensified. After killing the demonic blood clan member, the group continued forward. After searching for 5 days, the team's harvest was great. They killed a total of 7 demonic blood clan members. There were only 2 9th stage profound King Realm demonic blood clan members left. After killing them, the mission would be completed. The happiest thing was that there were still no casualties in this mission so far. There are only 2 left. After killing them, we can go back. Hu Yanlong was very happy. After working with Fang Chen for so long, he increasingly realized how tyrannical space-related true meanings were. Every time the demonic blood clan members wanted to escape, Fang Chen would immediately stop them, buying them a lot of time. On the 10th day, the team of 7 found the demonic blood clan's lair. Here, 2 9th stage profound King Realm demonic blood clan members seemed to be transforming. Damn humans. The 2 demonic blood clan members were awakened and were very angry. Let's work together and kill them, Fang Chen said. Immediately, with Hu Yanlong as the leader, the 5 experts as support launched an all-out attack on the 2 demonic blood clan members. Fang Chen also used his space-time true meaning and joined the battle. The battle was very intense. The 2 demonic blood clan members were about to be suppressed. Suddenly, the 2 demonic blood clan members mutated. The wings on their back kept flapping. A bloody aura instantly filled the place. The 2 demonic blood clan members merged into one, and their aura skyrocketed. Not good. Hu Yanlong shouted and kept retreating. After the fusion, the demonic blood clan member's aura skyrocketed. He waved his arm and instantly sent the team of 7 flying. Heaven Star Border Realm Aura. Fang Chen's expression changed. The teacher and teacher shouted. No, it should be half-step Heaven Star Border Realm, Hu Yanlong said with a solemn expression. Run. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen shouted. Seeing this, the team members also fled. Humans, none of you can escape, the demonic blood clan member said with a ferocious expression. Then, the wings on his back flapped and he chased after them. Split up and run. The demonic blood clan member was too fast. Everyone was forced to split up and run. Fang Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Seeing this, Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen Prince looked at each other and rushed in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared. The demonic blood clan members chased after Hu Yanlong. Bang! Hu Yanlong was hit by a demonic blood clan member during his escape. He was seriously injured, but he still ran for his life. After running for about 3 minutes, he saw a figure in front of him. His eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me." Based on the information given by the demonic blood clan leader, demonic Cloud Lian Long came to this mountain range to kill the culprit. But as soon as he arrived, he encountered the demonic blood clan members chasing after the humans. Demonic blood clan. Demonic Cloud Lian Long stopped and stared ahead. Dong. The demonic blood clan member attacked crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was beside demonic Cloud Lian Long. At this moment, Hu Yanlong's face was pale. His aura was weak and he was holding on with his will. You're courting death. Seeing the demonic blood clan member approaching, demonic Cloud Lian Long shouted and punched out. Crack. When demonic Cloud Lian Long's fist came into contact with the demonic blood clan member, his face changed. Vital essence. Demonic Cloud Lian Long's fist was crushed by the vital essence. In an instant, fear surrounded him. Demonic Cloud Lian Long wanted to run away. But the demonic blood clan member did not give him the chance. The power of a half-step heaven star border realm exploded and killed demonic cloud Lianlong. At this moment, Hu Yanlong had disappeared. Chapter 968. The two 9th-level Profound King Realm demonic blood clan members used a forbidden technique to fuse together and become a half-step heaven star border realm expert. After killing the demonic cloud Lianlong, the demonic blood clan member also suffered some injuries. However, it did not matter. He turned his head and found that Hu Yanlong was no longer there, so he continued to chase. At the same time, in another direction, Fang Chen, who was flying rapidly, suddenly found that the mark on his forehead was flashing, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen's face changed. The force behind the demonic Cloud Lian state. Back then, when he killed the demonic Cloud Lian state in the ancient Sword Continent, the latter planted a special mark on Fang Chen's body before he died. Now that the mark was flashing, it meant that the demonic Cloud family was not far away. Run! Fang Chen did not say anything and flew rapidly. Not far behind Fang Chen, there were two figures. They were Dai Hongxian and Jianheng Young Master. The heavens are helping me. This time, killing Fang Chen was flawless. Jianheng Young Master laughed eerily. That's right. Dai Hongxian said. The two of them were very fast, and they were getting closer to Fang Chen. The latter also noticed the two of them, and his mind was constantly thinking. Damn it. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was a little difficult to deal with the two of them at the same time. Fang Chen continued to use the space-time true meaning to escape. However, in the process of escaping, his soul found a strange place in the mountain range. There's a strong aura there. Fang Chen made a decision to lead the two of them to that dangerous place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared above a lake. This lake was very small, only about 1 meter in diameter. However, the lake was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's figure swept across the lake. Fang Chen, you're dead. Jianheng Young Master snorted and directly flew over the lake. Dai Hongxian followed closely behind. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged out from the lake. Then, a bloody mouth appeared from the lake and swallowed Young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian. No. Dai Hongxian and Jianhen Prince struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. Their hearts were filled with fear. They originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but they encountered such a crisis. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Catcher, as the bloody mouth closed, cracking sounds resounded out without end. 2 8th-level Profound King Realm experts had perished here just like that. At this moment, Fang Chen finally saw it clearly. Blood crocodile. There was actually a huge blood crocodile hidden in the lake. Looking at his aura, at least the existence of half-step heavenly dipper realm. Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space and fled, not giving the blood crocodile a chance to attack. Fortunately, the blood crocodile had just swallowed 2 people and needed time to digest. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Fang Chen to escape. After Fang Chen left the lake, he quickly ran, wanting to leave the mountain range. After running for a while, he encountered Hu Yanlong, who was fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Yanlong. Fang Chen called out. Hu Yanlong was battered and exhausted, his face pale. Vice Captain, the demonic blood race is chasing after us. Run. Without waiting for Fang Chen to speak, Hu Yanlong turned and fled. Even Hu Yanlong almost died. This demonic blood race is too strong. With Fang Chen's strength, he could only escape. Damned human. However, the demonic blood race would not let him escape so easily. Not long after Hu Yanlong left, the demonic blood race came whistling. He blocked Fang Chen's path. Whoosh. Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen's body flickered in and out of the void, wanting to escape. Roar. The demonic blood race roared and flapped his wings, floating in the sky. His arms expanded and became incomparably thick. He then opened his hand and grabbed at the void. Catcher. The void was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Chen's figure was directly forced out. However, when the demonic blood race's big hand approached Fang Chen, it actually stopped for a moment. Crack. Time and space stop was a fatal injury to an ordinary martial artist. However, it was nothing to the demonic blood race, who was half a step to the Heaven Star border realm. Die! The demonic blood race's arm expanded, and his big hand smashed down like a meteorite. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face turned pale. There's no other way. Fang Chen had no choice but to take the risk. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the true meaning of time and space. The true meaning of time and space of peak 4th grade was pushed to the extreme. Time stop and space travel were used to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body skillfully avoided the demonic blood race's attack. Then, he rushed toward the lake without looking back. You can't escape. The demonic blood race was furious when his attack missed and roared. Whoosh! 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 Fang Chen was not far from the lake. In a moment, he arrived in front of the lake. After which, he took a deep breath. His figure flashed once again as he flew across the lake. At this moment, the surface of the lake was very calm. The blood crocodile had sunk into the lake. Whoosh! Fang Chen had just crossed the lake when he felt a terrifying aura coming from the lake. However, the demonic blood race had already caught up. Roar! An angry roar came from the bottom of the lake. Obviously, the blood crocodile's rest was disturbed and it was furious. Splash! The water in the lake suddenly surged into the sky and formed a terrifying water column that hit the demonic blood race. Bang! The demonic blood race flapped his wings and landed on the ground, staring at the blood crocodile in the lake. Half a step to the Heaven Star border realm blood crocodile. Seeing this, the demonic blood race licked his dry lips and laughed eerily. The blood crocodile's body was a treasure. It was very important to the demonic blood race. This blood crocodile was emitting dense spiritual qi. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward the demonic blood race. On the other side, Fang Chen was preparing to escape. However, seeing the demonic blood race fighting the blood crocodile, his heart trembled. The blood crocodile and the demonic blood race are at the same level. Both sides should be injured. Fang Chen thought to himself. He was only one step away from completing the mission. If he could kill the demonic blood race while both sides were injured, that would be great. Fang Chen used the true meaning of space-time and hid in the void, secretly watching everything. The battle between the blood crocodile and the demonic blood race was very intense. They did not care about Fang Chen at all. Bang! Bang! The blood crocodile's bloody mouth was pierced through by the demonic blood race. The demonic blood race's wings were also broken by the blood crocodile. No one could do anything to the other. Both sides were heavily injured. Roar! The blood crocodile roared and opened its bloody mouth, using its most domineering attack. Seeing this, the demonic blood race's body was surrounded by flames. He was burning his own blood to increase his strength. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, half of the demonic blood race's blood was burned. At this time, the demonic blood race's aura was raised to the extreme. Heaven Star border realm. Fang Chen was shocked. The demonic blood race's secret technique could temporarily reach the Heaven Star border realm. A Heaven Star border realm against a half-step Heaven Star border realm. There was no suspense. The demonic blood race grabbed the blood crocodile's upper and lower lips and pulled hard, tearing the blood crocodile apart. The blood crocodile let out a miserable cry and finally lost its life under the demonic blood race's tyrannical attack. Now's the time, Fang Chen thought to himself. He then revealed his true body and a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. Crash! Fang Chen activated his spiritual qi and injected it into the mace. He activated the power in the mace, causing the mace's aura to instantly expand. At the same time, the little mouse appeared and used its innate ability. Roar! A terrifying attractive force enveloped the demonic blood race, preventing him from attacking Fang Chen. The self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon was too powerful. Even the demonic blood race was a little afraid. Damn it! The demonic blood race roared. Burning his blood to temporarily increase his cultivation had a huge drawback. At this time, the drawback began to show. His aura was constantly declining. He could no longer maintain his Heaven Star border realm cultivation. With a half-step Heaven Star border realm cultivation, he couldn't withstand the self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon. Dong! The entire earth trembled as a terrifying explosive force swept across the entire sky. With the demonic blood race as the center, the area within a 10-mile radius was instantly turned into ruins. When Fang Chen triggered the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon, he and the little mouse had already hidden underground. Rumble. The whole earth seemed like it was going to collapse. Fang Chen, who was hiding 100 miles underground, felt a strong shock. Chapter 969. Little Mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and its teeth were extremely hard. That was why it was able to drill 100 miles into the ground in such a short period of time and avoid the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon. That was close. Even now, Fang Chen still felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Little Mouse, he wouldn't have been able to escape. After a short tremor, the ground gradually calmed down. At this time, Fang Chen and Little Mouse drilled out of the ground. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was in ruins. The bodies of the demonic blood clan members had long been turned into powder. Fortunately, Fang Chen found some body fragments and kept them in his interspatial ring. It's a pity about the blood crocodile's inner core. Fang Chen sighed. The self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon not only destroyed the demonic blood clan members, but also the dead blood crocodile. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon is too shocking. It will definitely alarm others. Fang Chen thought for a moment and immediately disappeared into the mountain range. At this time, the team members who were fleeing in the mountain range were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but they felt a great crisis. Let's go. This was what everyone was thinking. The power of the explosion here even affected the capital of the Demon Cloud State. Many Heaven Dipper realm powerhouses flew over to explore the situation here. Outside the mountain range, Fang Chen met the team members. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back first. Fang Chen said hurriedly. The team of 5 quickly left. Not long after they left, several figures arrived in the sky and appeared above the ruins. The area within 10 miles turned into ruins in an instant. It seems that someone was fighting here. A figure said slowly. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon still left the power of the rank 2 divine weapon in the air. Who detonated the rank 2 divine weapon here? Many Heaven Star border realm martial artists didn't find out anything and finally all dispersed. Fang Chen and the others hurried back and recuperated. Finally, after returning to the Sky Sword Mansion, everyone's injuries had recovered. We're finally back. Hu Yanlong sighed. Being chased by the demonic blood clan, he even thought that he was going to die. The group of people entered the prefectural city and returned to the First Army to complete their mission. In the residence of the First Army, the other 3 members of the guard team sneered when they saw the sorry state of these people. What happened? Hu Ming immediately rushed over and asked about the situation anxiously. Captain, we encountered a mutated demonic blood clan with a cultivation as high as half-step Heaven Dipper realm. We almost died there. Fang Chen said. What half-step Heaven Dipper realm? Obviously, Hu Ming did not expect that there would be a half-step Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse. Are there any casualties? Hu Ming asked after recovering from his shock. Everyone looked at each other. Then, Fang Chen said, young Master Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian were killed by the demonic blood clan during their escape. Hu Ming fell into silence. The death of 2 members was not a big deal. The most important thing was that young Master Jian Hen's father was from the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Furthermore, he was extremely protective. I'm afraid I can't explain this matter to him. However, now that things had come to this, there was no other way. All right, you guys can go back and rest. Hu Ming said faintly. Fang Chen looked at Hu Ming and said, Captain, we have completed the mission. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hu Ming was puzzled. Completed the mission. Captain, when the demonic blood clan was chasing us, they encountered a half-step Heaven Dipper realm blood crocodile. The 2 of them fought and both of them were injured. I took the opportunity to kill the demonic blood clan. Is that true? Hu Ming asked excitedly. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Seeing this, Hu Ming laughed loudly. Compared to completing the mission, losing 2 members was nothing. Furthermore, The target this time was a half-step Heaven Dipper realm demonic blood clan. Let's go and submit the mission. Hu Ming was extremely excited. Hu Ming personally led Fang Chen and the rest to submit the mission. Each of them received 100,000 purple crystals. After a fierce battle, you guys must be tired. Have a good rest. I will report this matter to the commander and increase your rewards. The third Guardian squad had not completed a mission of this level for a long time. But this time, Fang Chen led the team and completed an impossible mission. Hu Ming was very excited and went to find the commander. In the courtyard, Fang Chen was resting. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed throughout the third Guardian squad. Fang Chen, get out here. This voice was extremely arrogant. As soon as the voice sounded, a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared. His aura was fierce and overbearing. The steward of the city lord's mansion. Someone recognized this person. He was the steward of the city lord's mansion. Lord Steward, may I know why you are here? Hu Ming appeared and asked with a smile. This steward had a high status in the Skysword mansion. He was also a Heaven Dipper realm expert. He was the father of young Master Jen Scar. It's none of your business. Get Fang Chen out here. Young Master Jen Scar's father said coldly. Lord Steward. Before Hu Ming could finish, he was glared at by young Master Jen Scar's father. He was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Just at this time, Fang Chen's door opened and he walked out. May I know why Lord Steward is looking for me? Fang Chen calmly asked. My son went on a mission with you. You all returned, but my son died. You have to take responsibility for this matter. It was rumored that young Master Jen Scar's father was very protective of his son. Young Master Jen Scar was killed by the demon blood race, said Fang Chen. Why were you all able to return alive, but the one who died was my son? Questioned the steward. We encountered a variant demon blood race. Their cultivation base was at the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. The only reason we were able to escape death was because of a blood crocodile. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of the battle between the blood crocodile and the demon blood race. But after hearing that, the steward's expression was still ashen. I don't care. You have to take responsibility for this matter, raged the steward. Fang Chen frowned, but he didn't say anything. As the vice captain, you can't even protect your own team members. What qualifications do you have to live in this world? As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, his figure flashed and he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Fang Chen. Heaven and Earth's astral yuan gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying sphere that shot toward Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen let out a cry and used the true meaning of spacetime to flee. Boom. The astral yuan sphere smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Yes, a space-type true meaning. The steward sneered and pulled back his hand. Then he continued to attack Fang Chen. Being locked onto by a Heaven Dipper expert, Fang Chen's figure was instantly revealed. Die. The steward's face was filled with madness as he roared. Just as the steward's hand was about to touch Fang Chen, a fierce shout rang out. At the same time, the First Army's two commanders acted together to block the steward's attack. Steward Li, you've crossed the line. One of the commanders said coldly. Although the four armies belonged to the City Lord Mansion, they only took orders from the City Lord. They didn't have much interaction with the City Lord Mansion, and the City Lord Mansion couldn't interfere with the army's affairs. Previously, when Hu Ming reported that Fang Chen and the others had overachieved the mission, the two commanders had a good impression of Fang Chen. But now, the steward wanted to kill Fang Chen in the First Army's camp. How could the two commanders be willing to let him? My son is dead, and he must be buried with him. The steward said firmly. If you want to take action in the First Army, you have to ask the two of us first. The commander's attitude was also firm as he said coldly. In an instant, the three Heaven Dipper experts were in a standoff. Below, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Everything was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid of Jen Hen's father. Now, the commanders were protecting him, but what about the future? I must become stronger. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the sky, the three Heaven Dipper realm experts were discussing something. After a while, the steward seemed to have compromised and left the first army. The two commanders also landed on the ground and walked towards Fang Chen. "Thank you for saving me." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. "You're a member of the First Army. How can we watch you be killed by the steward? However, the steward has determined that you're the indirect murderer of his son's death, so what?" Fang Chen asked. "We've reached an agreement with the steward. He's willing to give up on the condition that you complete 3 hell rank missions within a year. Complete them alone, If you find any errors in the chapter, please report it. We will fix it immediately." Chapter 970. Fang Chen frowned when he heard that. One of the commanders explained, "Fang Chen, Steward Li is very strong. We might be able to deal with him if we work together. But if he wants you dead, he has hundreds of ways to do so. Once you leave the residence, you'll definitely be killed. Are you willing to stay in the residence for the rest of your life?" asked the other commander. Fang Chen's heart shook, and a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with hatred. "I know," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The two commanders had compromised with Steward Li to protect him. Even if it was an extremely dangerous hell rank mission, there was still a chance of survival. And once Steward Li targeted you, you would definitely die. If a Heaven Dipper expert wanted to kill a Mystic King expert, the latter wouldn't be able to escape. However, even though Steward Li had compromised, his vicious heart could still be seen. You had to complete 3 hell rank missions in a year, or the agreement wouldn't count. What was a hell rank mission? It was a mission with a slim chance of survival. The last time the 3rd Guard Squad suffered heavy casualties was when they were carrying out a hell rank mission. Hell rank missions were terrifying. Even Hu Ming's expression would change if he heard about it. But now, Steward Li actually wanted Fang Chen, a low-level Mystic King, to complete 3 in a year. Damn it. Fang Chen cursed in his heart, but he couldn't change this fact. "Fang Chen, go back first. Whenever you want to do a mission, go find Hu Ming," said one of the commanders. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, the eyes of some cultivators in the courtyard were filled with schadenfreude. There were also some martial artists who were worried for Fang Chen. "Vice Captain, do you want me to go with you?" Hu Yanlong walked over to Fang Chen and whispered. Fang Chen shook his head. He was in a very bad mood. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in his room. "Boss, this Steward Li has gone too far," Little Mouse said angrily. "He's a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. In his eyes, I'm just an ant that I can't fight against." Fang Chen said softly. In 3 days, Fang Chen had figured it out. Although the 3 hell rank missions were difficult, they were also a form of training for him. "Let's start today." Fang Chen brought the little mouse to Hu Ming. After he explained the reason for his visit to Hu Ming, the latter was a little shocked. "Fang Chen, you want to do a hell mode quest so early?" Hu Ming asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded and said, "We'll have to do it sooner or later." Completing 3 hell mode quests in a year was extremely difficult. No one in the Sky Sword Mansion or the Mystic King realm could complete 3 hell rank missions in a row within a year. Hu Ming still wanted to say something, but he hesitated in the end. He sighed and brought Fang Chen to the quest hall. The hell mode quests are all written on this panel. There are a total of 8. "You can choose one," said Hu Ming. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the quest panel. Within the Sky Sword Mansion, there is an evil martial artist who has just entered the Heaven Star Border realm. He cultivates the art of plucking yin to replenish yang and harms female martial artists. The first mission was to kill an expert who had just entered the Heaven Star Border realm. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Hell mode quests were indeed very dangerous. Then, Fang Chen's gaze continued to move downwards. He looked at them one by one. At this moment, Hu Ming reminded him. "Fang Chen, your cultivation is a little low. I suggest you choose this mission." Hu Ming's finger pointed at the quest panel. Fang Chen looked over. The mission's content was to find the boldworm vine. "Find the boldworm vine?" Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. The boldworm vine is a very powerful plant. It has a fatal attraction to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. The reason why this mission is classified as a Hell Mode quest is because the Boldworm Vine is located in the Skysword Mansion. It is one of the 3 most dangerous places, the sky-breaking abyss, said Hu Ming. When Fang Chen had just arrived at the Skysword Mansion, he had read the booklet. Naturally, he knew what kind of place the sky-breaking abyss was. When he heard Hu Ming mention the sky-breaking abyss, Fang Chen's face changed drastically. The sky-breaking abyss is one of the 3 most dangerous places. It is extremely dangerous. Before Fang Chen could finish, Hu Ming spoke again. Although the sky-breaking abyss is dangerous, you have a space-related true meaning. Relatively speaking, the danger is much lower. The other missions are much more dangerous. Hu Ming said. Fang Chen understood and nodded. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen decided to accept this mission. With Hu Ming's help, Fang Chen accepted the mission and left the Skysword Mansion. City Lord Mansion, in a certain study room. The City Lord sat quietly on a wooden armchair with a book in his hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile. It was very benevolent. If one did not know that he was the City Lord, they would definitely think that he was a peaceful old man. Deng deng deng. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The City Lord said. The door opened and a figure walked in. City Lord, Fang Chen has accepted the mission to find the Boldworm Vine and has already left the city. The figure said softly. Hearing this, the City Lord nodded. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. Among those Hell Mode quests, only this one is relatively easier for him. Not bad. The City Lord said. City Lord, since you think so highly of Fang Chen, why do you still want him to take the risk? The figure asked, puzzled. The City Lord shook his head and put down the book in his hand. He then said, if you want to become an expert, you must experience life and death. Hearing this, the figure seemed to understand and nodded. What about Butler Li? You have to defeat your enemy with your own hands. Just leave him to Fang Chen. The City Lord said. Fang Chen did not know that everything that happened to him was under the City Lord's control. After leaving the city, Fang Chen went at full speed and rushed towards the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Skysword Mansion. It was said that if a Heaven Star Border Realm expert entered, they would get lost and could not come out. This time, the sky-breaking abyss was not far from the mountain range where he killed the Demon Blood Clan. After a month, he finally arrived at the sky-breaking abyss. Is this the sky-breaking abyss? Fang Chen looked at the cliff under his feet and sighed. The sky-breaking abyss was too vast. If it was not mentioned, one would not know how terrifying it was. There was only one entrance to the sky-breaking abyss, and that was where Fang Chen was standing. I want to see what is so special about this sky-breaking abyss. Fang Chen said in his heart, and then took a step forward and entered the sky-breaking abyss. When Fang Chen entered the sky-breaking abyss, in the capital of the Demon Cloud State, the Demon Cloud family. In the meeting hall, the Demon Cloud Patriarch's face was gloomy. Patriarch. At this moment, 2 men entered the meeting hall. When the Demon Cloud Patriarch saw the 2 men, he nodded and said, the murderer has appeared again. As long as it was within a certain range, the Demon Cloud Patriarch could sense it. Originally, he wanted to kill the murderer himself, but the situation in the Demon Cloud State was quite turbulent recently, so he could not leave. Therefore, he found 2 martial artists in the family who had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. Ice and fire dual skills. The 2 brothers were orphans since they were young. One day, an elder of the Demon Cloud family took a fancy to them and brought them back to the family. The 2 brothers grew up in the Demon Cloud family and gradually revealed their cultivation talent. In 1,000 years, the 2 brothers stepped into the Heaven Star Border Realm. In the Demon Cloud family, they were considered to have entered the Heaven Star Border Realm relatively quickly. Because one of the 2 brothers was good at ice and the other was good at fire, they were called the Ice and Fire Dual Masters. Although the 2 brothers had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm, they could defeat a Heaven Star Border Realm 2nd-level martial artist if they joined forces. Where is the murderer? The 2 brothers asked in surprise. The murderer was last seen in the sky-breaking abyss, and then disappeared. I guess he should have entered the sky-breaking abyss. The demon cloud patriarch said. Sky-breaking abyss. Hearing this, the two brothers were startled. Yes, this time I asked you two brothers to enter the sky-breaking abyss and kill the murderer. The demon cloud patriarch said, if you can complete the task, you will be able to compete for the position of young patriarch. The demon cloud patriarch's words completely ignited the blood in the hearts of the two brothers. The demon cloud family was the absolute overlord in the demon cloud state. Within the family, the competition was very fierce. If one wanted to be the next patriarch, one must become the young patriarch. There were too many martial artists competing for the position of young patriarch, and most of them were very outstanding. Therefore, the demon cloud patriarch decided to let many outstanding martial artists compete for the position of young patriarch first. Young patriarch candidate. The two brothers were excited. Young patriarch candidate, young patriarch, patriarch. It was as if a bright path was already in front of them. Patriarch, don't worry, we two brothers will definitely complete the task. The two brothers said in a deep voice. The demon cloud family also put in a lot of effort this time. To chase a mysterious king realm martial artist, they actually used two Heaven Star border realm martial artists. However, Fang Chen didn't know all this at all. He had just entered the sky-breaking abyss. They were in a spacious area surrounded by cliffs and precipitous rock faces. On the ground, there were lush weeds everywhere. This is the sky-breaking abyss. Fang Chen couldn't believe it. The world said that the sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 dangerous places in the Sky Sword Mansion and was extremely dangerous. However, what Fang Chen saw was completely different from what the world said. This place was simply a paradise. There were towering trees and weeds. The most important thing was the concentration of spirit chi, which was much stronger than the outside world. Boss, what's the danger here? Little Mouse rushed out, looked around, and said with a smile. Fang Chen gradually calmed down, and then said in a deep voice, even Heaven Star border realm powerhouses can't get out of here. There must be something special about it. We should be careful. However, just as Fang Chen's voice fell, suddenly, an indistinct howl appeared in the air, as if it was the howl of a malicious spirit. What's that sound? Chapter 971. Intermittent howls entered Fang Chen's ears. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Fang Chen's expression changed as he looked around. Whoosh! At this moment, a brilliant ray of light shot out from the boundless sky. Ice sculpture! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he saw the dazzling light clearly. It was an ice sculpture that shot towards him. Upon closer inspection, this ice sculpture was actually a human ice sculpture with the outline of a human warrior. Buzz! A harsh sound resounded throughout the entire broken sky abyss. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture appeared in front of Fang Chen. The true meaning of time and space. Fang Chen could feel that this ice sculpture was extremely dangerous, so he did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge using the true meaning of time and space. Whoosh! The moment Fang Chen's figure merged into the void, the ice sculpture suddenly hit the ground. In an instant, the ground where Fang Chen was frozen by the ice sculpture. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen gasped in his heart. What's going on with the ice sculpture? Fang Chen was full of doubts. He revealed his true body and was ready to check it out. However, the moment he appeared, ice sculptures shot out from the sky again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, countless ice sculptures shot out from the sky at once. The ice sculptures filled the sky as if it was snowing. In an instant, the air temperature in the sky dropped to the lowest point. At this moment, all the ice sculptures were locked onto Fang Chen's body. Damn it! The true meaning of time and space was constantly displayed. However, he could not avoid the attack of these ice sculptures. Void meteorite annihilation. Fang Chen displayed his strongest attack. He stretched out his big hand and tore the void apart, blasting directly at the ice sculptures. Crack! Some ice sculptures were destroyed by Fang Chen, while others continued to charge at Fang Chen. Buzz! When the ice sculpture covered Fang Chen's body, it directly froze the latter's body. Fang Chen, who was covered in ice and snow, kept struggling. The saint-level sword body was instantly activated. Rumble Fang Chen shattered the ice and came out. "Human, you trespassed into my territory. You deserve to die." A furious voice came from the sky. Then, a golden-winged rock flew over. "What?" Seeing the golden-winged rock, Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that those ice sculptures were created by the golden-winged rock? The golden-winged great rocks are adept at fire-type techniques. Why are they able to create ice sculptures? All of this puzzled Fang Chen. While the golden-winged rock spread its wings and flew. In the blink of an eye, it was floating above Fang Chen's head. Its pitch-black eyes locked onto Fang Chen as it laughed sinisterly. Escape without any hesitation, Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme and fled. "You want to escape?" Seeing Fang Chen escape, the golden rock sneered. It flapped its wings and chased after him. The golden-winged rock was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the golden-winged rock caught up with Fang Chen. Then, it opened its big mouth and shot out a thick ice sculpture. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a chill on his back. Ice Secret Sword. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen used 2 cultivation techniques in a row in an attempt to block this thick ice sculpture. Crack. When the thick ice sculpture collided with the 2 rays of light, it paused for a moment. Then, with a vast aura, it continued to attack Fang Chen. Time acceleration. Seeing this, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and used time acceleration. Time acceleration allowed him to control the flow of space around him and increase his speed. Of course, with Fang Chen's current cultivation, he could not fully use time acceleration. Swoosh. Fang Chen's speed suddenly increased by a lot and he dodged the attack of the thick ice sculpture. Roar. Seeing this, the golden-winged rock roared and continued to chase. It spread its wings and a gust of wind blew past. The golden-winged rock followed closely. "I can't go on like this," Fang Chen said anxiously as he fled. The golden-winged rock kept chasing after Fang Chen, and the latter was also desperately escaping. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. If it were anyone else, they would have died at the hands of the golden-winged rock. However, Fang Chen was still persevering. Dong. Just as Fang Chen was desperately escaping, the interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. Then, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Withered bone vibration. In Fang Chen's mind, the words of the Soul Cultivator Senior before he dissipated suddenly rang out. He said that when he stepped into the extraterritorial area, withered bone would lead him to a mysterious place. Could that mysterious place be the sky-breaking abyss? Fang Chen thought to himself and immediately took out withered bone. Suddenly, ripples spread out around withered bone and directly wrapped around Fang Chen, shooting into the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. Buzz. When withered bone wrapped around Fang Chen, the golden-winged rock's face changed drastically and its body suddenly stopped chasing. Dangerous aura. The golden-winged rock felt the dangerous aura and stopped chasing after Fang Chen. Instead, it turned around and left. Fang Chen, on the other hand, continued to move forward under the guidance of withered bone. After an unknown period of time, withered bone trembled more and more violently. At this time, Fang Chen had already entered the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was extremely dangerous. As soon as he entered, he was chased by the golden-winged rock. If not for the true meaning of space-time, he would have died long ago. At a certain moment, withered bone trembled a few times and Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Withered bone left his palm and floated in the air. "Is it here?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. Buzz. The ripples around withered bone spread out. Suddenly, the entire earth trembled and then skeletons broke out of the ground one after another. These skeletons exuded a strong soul aura. Soul cultivator. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that these skeletons were all soul cultivators. Scanning with his soul, Fang Chen found that in the blink of an eye, the number of soul cultivators that broke out of the ground was actually as high as 100. Over 100 soul cultivators died here. Fang Chen was shocked. Soul cultivation was considered a special cultivation path in the outer realm. The conditions to become a soul cultivator were very harsh. Ordinary people couldn't become a soul cultivator at all. It was also the first time Fang Chen saw over 100 soul cultivators die in the same place. Voila! The skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators suddenly moved their bodies and constantly changed. In the blink of an eye, these soul cultivators set up an array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Fang Chen was a divine array master, but he had never heard of or seen such an array formation. Fang Chen was shocked. At this moment, the withered bone floating in the sky directly inserted into the ground in the center of the hundreds of skeletons. Immediately, the array formation was activated, and the hundreds of skeletons exuded a powerful soul cultivator aura. Fang Chen felt a strong suction force that forcibly sucked him into the array formation. When he reached the center of the array formation, the withered bone vibrated and sent out a message. Little guy, when you hear me, it means that you have successfully arrived in the outer realm and activated the array formation. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes locked on the withered bone and listened carefully. This heaven-shattering abyss used to be a sect, a soul cultivator sect. However, a long, long time ago, they were massacred and all of them died. The withered bone's voice came out. You have activated the array formation, and an opportunity is in front of you. Absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators and then integrate it into your body. It will be very beneficial to you. Then, a message was sent to Fang Chen's mind. This was the method to absorb the soul power essence. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Did the withered bone already calculate this step? Sure enough, the withered bone's next words made Fang Chen's heart tremble. If you absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators, I hope that when you have the chance in the future, you will avenge our sect. The withered bone's ancient voice came out. Fang Chen was startled, but he immediately said, "This junior has received a favor from senior. If I have the strength, I will definitely avenge senior." Back in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen had received a favor from that senior. If it was within the scope of his ability, he would not mind helping. The withered bone no longer spoke. The hundreds of skeletons kept rotating, and the array formation was completely activated. Wisps of soul aura constantly gathered in the center of the array formation. What a strong soul aura! Chapter 972. In the following time, Fang Chen used the method taught to him by dry bones to absorb the soul power essence. What was soul power essence? At first, Fang Chen didn't know, but after dry bones' explanation, he understood. Soul power essence was condensed from the soul power after the death of a soul cultivator. As everyone knew, when a martial artist died, their soul would directly shatter. But soul cultivators were different. After they died, their soul could still be maintained for a period of time before collapsing. During this period, the soul would constantly transform, fuse with the soul power, and finally form soul power essence. This soul power essence was the life crystal of a soul cultivator. When ordinary soul cultivators absorbed soul power essence, their soul level would increase by leaps and bounds, and their soul cultivation level would also increase. Fang Chen's hands were constantly forming seals, and his soul was rotating in his mind. A rich soul aura wrapped around Fang Chen's body. As time passed, the soul power essence of hundreds of soul cultivators began to gradually pass to Fang Chen. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chen was fully prepared, and then the first soul power essence was instantly attracted. In the void, a soul aura that was so rich that it was about to materialize appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen stretched out his palm, and the soul power essence instantly fell on his palm. Is this soul power essence? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The density of this soul power essence was thousands of times stronger than ordinary soul power. If he could keep absorbing soul power essence, his soul cultivation level would definitely increase rapidly. Hiss! Fang Chen's soul was actively absorbing the soul power essence. And the soul power essence didn't resist at all. It cooperated with Fang Chen and drilled into his mind, and then merged with his soul. Dong! After fusing with the first soul power essence, Fang Chen's soul became stronger and stronger, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Continue fusing. After fusing with the first soul power essence, the next fusion was much more convenient. Time passed in a flash. After 6 hours, Fang Chen had already fused with 60 soul power essences. At this time, Fang Chen's soul was already at the middle stage of the Cyan rank, and it was still improving. However, as more and more soul power essence was absorbed, the speed of the fusion became much slower. The final fusion took a long time. The first 60 strands of soul power essence only took 6 hours. As for the remaining 40 or so strands of soul power essence, it took a full half a month's time. Half a month later, the skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators shattered, and the spell formation stopped working. Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, only to see that his head was surrounded by dense green souls. Peak Cyan level. After absorbing over 100 strands of soul power essence, Fang Chen's soul directly jumped from the early stage of the Cyan rank to the peak of the Cyan rank. This kind of improvement made Fang Chen exclaim in surprise. As expected of the essence of soul power. Only after personally experiencing it would one understand how precious soul power essence was. Right now, Fang Chen was very glad that he had chosen the heaven-splitting abyss mission. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this soul power essence baptism. Since his soul had reached the peak of the Cyan rank, Fang Chen's soul cultivation had also reached the terrifying late stage of the 5th level. Let's try the secret ice sword. Fang Chen grinned and laughed. With a thought, the peak of the Cyan rank soul instantly spread out, and then quickly condensed into an secret ice sword. Whoosh! Under the control of Fang Chen, the secret ice sword shot towards a cliff in the distance. Rumble! The gravel on the cliff continued to fall, and the entire ground was trembling. So strong. With just the power of a soul cultivator, I'm not afraid of a 9th-level mystic king realm martial artist. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, if it was a 9th-level mystic king realm martial artist who specialized in the soul, it seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. Fang Chen was very excited. He had just entered the heaven-splitting abyss, and he had already obtained such an opportunity. Buzz! The skeletons stuck in the ground suddenly floated up and then shattered. A voice entered Fang Chen's mind. Our sect is called the Soul Kill Sect. The murderer who destroyed our sect is the Sky Sword Mansion Master. When he heard this voice, Fang Chen was stunned. The Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was the high and mighty city lord, and a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. How could he destroy the Soul Kill Sect? After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen still could not figure out the reason, and could only shake his head in the end. If the Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer, will I be discovered when I use the power of a soul cultivator? Suddenly, Fang Chen realized a very serious problem. The means of a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the end, Fang Chen decided that it was best not to expose his identity as a soul cultivator when he returned to the prefecture city. Otherwise, it would attract unnecessary trouble. After absorbing the soul power essence, Fang Chen's strength skyrocketed, and now he began to look around, preparing to look for the Bolong Vine. According to the information, the Bolong Vine is in the depths of the broken sky abyss. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He gazed into the distance. Let's continue forward. The soul aura here was strong, and there were no demonic beasts around, so there was no danger. Fang Chen moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he left the area where he had just absorbed the soul power essence. When Fang Chen went deeper, the golden-winged rock was fighting with 2 human martial artists in the periphery. Damn humans. The golden-winged rock opened its bloody mouth and constantly spat out ice sculptures, shooting at the 2. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were not afraid of the ice sculptures. Idiot, we ice and fire dual masters are the least afraid of ice sculptures. One of the ice and fire dual masters sneered. The ice and fire dual masters worked together and firmly suppressed the golden-winged rock. This made the latter furious, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the golden-winged rock no longer stopped them, and the ice and fire dual masters successfully entered the broken sky abyss. In a short while, the 2 brothers came to the place where Fang Chen absorbed the soul power essence. Big brother, the spirit energy here is chaotic, and the soul aura is very strong. It seems that someone has cultivated here before. The two of them looked at each other and then searched carefully. After searching for a while, they found nothing and finally continued forward. At this moment, Fang Chen entered the depths of the broken sky abyss and also encountered a demonic beast. However, this demonic beast was a 9th level profound king realm demonic beast, and Little Mouse wanted to attack. "Boss, let me do it." The little mouse was drooling as it grinned. Then, he used his innate ability and directly devoured the demonic beast. Crack! He bit the demonic beast's corpse bit by bit and then swallowed it. After eating, Little Mouse's stomach was bulging. He was satisfied and his face was full of smiles. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile. The godly rats were really a magical race. They could actually devour everything to cultivate. The more they devoured, the stronger their cultivation. Little Mouse usually didn't cultivate, but his strength was not much different from Fang Chen. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. "Boss, this broken sky abyss doesn't seem to be as dangerous as the legends say." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chen was silent. The deeper they went, the more uneasy he felt. This meant that there was definitely danger in the broken sky abyss, but Fang Chen didn't know where the danger was. "Big brother, is that kid in front the murderer?" Big brother pondered for a moment and then said, "Even Heaven Star Realm experts don't come to the broken sky abyss, let alone profound King Realm experts. This person's profound King Realm cultivation, and he appeared in the broken sky abyss. He's most likely the murderer. Then what are we waiting for? Chase after him and kill him." Second brother's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Big brother waved his hand and stopped second brother. "Big brother, why are you stopping me? This kid is only a profound king. Killing him is like crushing an ant." Second brother didn't understand. "Have you ever thought about how a profound king realm expert avoided the Golden Rock's pursuit?" Big brother slowly asked. "Big brother, you mean? If my guess isn't wrong, this person definitely has a supreme skill. What are you afraid of? With the two of us working together, what can he do?" Second brother said. Big brother shook his head and said softly, "This is the broken sky abyss. Anything can happen here. We have to be careful. Even Heaven Star Realm experts would get lost in the broken sky abyss." Although they hadn't encountered any danger up until now. Chapter 973. Fang Chen had never understood why this dangerous place was called Broken Sky Abyss. Now, he finally understood. He even felt a sense of terror in his heart. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing in the deepest part of Broken Sky Abyss. The empty land stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, sand and dust would pass by like a desert. It was the opposite of the places Fang Chen had been before. This was the most terrifying part of Broken Sky Abyss. It separated the sky. This was the origin of the name Broken Sky Abyss. Stepping on the scorching soil, Fang Chen looked solemn as he stared ahead. In front of this empty land, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like this all year round. The lightning seemed to have merged with Broken Sky Abyss. What a terrifying lightning. Fang Chen's body couldn't help but tremble. The lightning in the void in front was too terrifying. The power released from the lightning made Fang Chen's soul tremble. This power could easily kill a Heaven Star Realm expert. In the middle of the sky, a dark thunderbolt flashed constantly, releasing a peerless power and forcibly blocking the contact between the sky and the earth. Broken Sky Abyss. Fang Chen muttered the 3 words Broken Sky Abyss in his heart. When he accepted the task of finding the bolong vine, Fang Chen paid attention to Broken Sky Abyss. At that time, Fang Chen was very wary of Broken Sky Abyss. However, after entering Broken Sky Abyss and experiencing a series of things, Fang Chen had an illusion that Broken Sky Abyss wasn't as terrifying as people said. However, at this point, Fang Chen even felt a bit of regret. The power of nature is too terrifying. The power of lightning exploded and separated the sky. Above the sky, silver light sprinkled down, but it couldn't penetrate the barrier of the power of lightning. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the scorching soil suddenly changed strangely. In the next moment, Fang Chen found that his body was moving quickly. No. After sensing this scene, Fang Chen roared loudly. Immediately, he continued to struggle. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Crash in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was sucked into the lightning and disappeared. At this moment, the Icefire duo brothers rushed over. "Boss, what is that?" Second brother asked in a low voice when he saw the terrifying lightning. "That brat has been sucked into the lightning. He's dead for sure." Boss also felt the terror of the lightning and said in a low voice. As they spoke, the Icefire dual masters roared at the same time. "Retreat!" The two of them pushed their speed to the limit and fled at the first possible moment. However, it was already too late. Swoosh in the distant sky, terrifying lightning bolts suddenly shot out. Tens of thousands of lightning rays instantly shot towards the Ice and Fire dual masters. Bang! Sensing the terrifying lightning behind them, the Icefire twin brothers' faces turned grim. Gritting their teeth, they executed their forbidden techniques, causing their speed to soar once more. Crack! Even so, the Ice and Fire dual masters were still struck by the lightning. However, he managed to avoid the vital parts. After escaping from the danger zone, the Ice and Fire dual masters fell to the ground, their scalps tingling as they cried out miserably. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were battered and exhausted. Their hearts were filled with fear. If they had been just a little slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Second brother, are you all right?" Boss opened his mouth and asked with difficulty. Second brother raised his head from the ground and looked at the terrifying lightning in the distance with fear. Then he said, "Boss, I'm fine." Fang Chen appeared in an independent space. The entire space was filled with terrifying lightning bolts. Lightning space. Fang Chen looked around and muttered to himself. Terrifying lightning constantly exploded, but it didn't come close to Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very puzzled. "Brat, do me a favor." Just as Fang Chen was in a state of shock, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. It was deafening. "Who is it?" Fang Chen's face changed greatly when he heard this. He hurriedly asked. Fang Chen looked around. Other than the lightning force, he didn't find anything else. This made him very puzzled. Who was talking to him? Crash. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, an old man appeared in the terrifying lightning, sitting cross-legged. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Thunder Freya." The old man said. "Thunder Freya." Fang Chen was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. Seeing this, the old man continued, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name. I need your help." "Senior, where is this?" Fang Chen asked. First, he had to confirm where he was. "This is the lightning space." Thunder Freya said, "In fact, it's the terrifying lightning you saw just now." Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. That terrifying lightning could kill a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. This Thunder Freya was actually sitting cross-legged here. How strong was he? Moreover, Thunder Freya had actually moved him here. A series of questions made Fang Chen even more curious about Thunder Freya. "Kid, do you know what's the scariest part of the heaven-breaking abyss?" Thunder Freya asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The real danger of the heaven-breaking abyss is the terrifying lightning that separates the sky. Because there's a thunder dragon hidden in the lightning. This thunder dragon has already gained initial intelligence and is extremely terrifying. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert can't capture it. Thunder Freya said. Thunder Dragon Fang Chen was shocked. This thunder dragon grew up in the midst of the frightening lightning. It wanted to evolve, so it used the frightening lightning to cut off the sky and absorb all of the silver aura that sprinkled down from the sky. It hoped that it would be able to evolve and break through its bottleneck. Thunder Freya continued. Fang Chen listened carefully. What Thunder Freya said was definitely a secret. Even the Sky Sword Mansion Master did not know. Everyone knew that the heaven-breaking abyss was dangerous, but they did not know what the real danger was. And now, Fang Chen accidentally came to the lightning that separated the sky and was discovered by Thunder Freya. Then, he entered the sky lightning space. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Thunder Freya's face showed a complicated expression. He then said slowly, 10,000 years ago, I just stepped into Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9. I was very competitive and thought that I was invincible in the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, one day, a mysterious expert appeared. He told me that there was a terrifying thunder dragon with spiritual intelligence in the heaven-breaking abyss. It was the invincible existence in the Heaven Star Border Realm. After hearing this, I became competitive and entered the heaven-breaking abyss alone. I found the thunder dragon and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Thunder Freya said. What happened in the end? Fang Chen was surprised. He did not expect Thunder Freya to have entered here 10,000 years ago. After I fought with the thunder dragon, I knew how terrifying it was. In the end, I tried my best to suppress the thunder dragon, but I was trapped here for 10,000 years. Thunder Freya's words were filled with helplessness. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9 Thunder Freya could not kill the thunder dragon. One could imagine how powerful the thunder dragon was. Fortunately, Thunder Freya sacrificed himself to suppress the thunder dragon. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the past 10,000 years, I wanted to get out, but there was nothing I could do. Until you appeared. Thunder Freya stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Fang Chen spread out his hands. He did not think that he could help Thunder Freya leave this place with his own strength. Senior, you can't get out of here even though you're a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9 martial artist. I'm just a weak mysterious King Realm martial artist. How can I help you? Fang Chen whispered. Hearing this, Thunder Freya shook his head. Look here first. Finishing his words, Thunder Freya raised his head and looked at the sky above the sky lightning space. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky lightning space. The violent power of thunder was wreaking havoc. Above the sky lightning space, there were countless silver rays of light that sprinkled down. After 10,000 years of accumulation, these silver lights were like a river, accumulating above the sky lightning space. These silver lights. Fang Chen finally noticed the abnormality of these silver lights. His soul entered the silver lights and was mercilessly devoured. Raw. Chapter 974. It was too shocking. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with nothing but shock. That silver radiance was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of a Heaven Star Border Realm. There's still an aura stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth in this world. Fang Chen's mind went blank. What he saw today was the most shocking thing he had seen in all these years. After a long time, Fang Chen retracted his gaze. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the outer universe. Anything could happen. Senior, what is that silver radiance? Fang Chen asked curiously. The silver radiance from the sky is the power of the stars. A Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist can only break through the bottleneck by absorbing the power of the stars. Thunder Freya said. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. Why did the terrifying thunder dragon pay such a huge price to separate the sky and monopolize the power of the stars? It turned out that it wanted to break through the bottleneck. The power of the stars was a terrifying force born from nature. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth. In the vast universe, there were countless stars. The power of the stars was formed by these countless stars. The power of the stars was terrifying. Even a mysterious King Realm martial artist would die if he touched it. As for Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists, only those who stood at the peak dared to absorb it. At this moment, the power of the stars was like a river in the sky above the sky lightning space. It was too vast. Fang Chen had never seen such a vast power of the stars. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth naturally produced the power of the stars. It constantly falls down and blends into the air for Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists to absorb. This is also the law of heaven and earth. Thunder Freya said. That terrifying thunder dragon was too ambitious. It wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, which caused this place to become the sky-breaking abyss. Thunder Freya continued, when you came in, did you notice that the air in the sky-breaking abyss is very different from the outside world? Hearing Thunder Freya's words, Fang Chen carefully recalled. Suddenly, the scene from before appeared in his mind. No wonder. At the beginning, Fang Chen felt that the air was very strange. He could not understand why. Now, the truth was revealed. The air lacked the power of stars, so it was naturally different from the outside world, cutting off the sky and absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps only Lei Long would dare to do such a thing. If a normal martial artist uses this kind of method to steal the heavens and change the earth to monopolize the power of the stars, they will definitely be punished by the heavens. However, the Thunder Dragon is different. It was born in thunder and lightning, so even if it is punished by the heavens, it will be able to skillfully avoid it. That's why it wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen looked at Thunder Freya with a burning gaze. Needless to say, one could imagine how horrifying the lightning dragon was. However, Thunder Freya was able to suppress the Thunder Dragon all by himself. With such strength, who in the Heaven Dipper realm could defeat him? Senior, since absorbing astral energy can help you break through your bottleneck, why don't you absorb it? Fang Chen pointed to the river of astral energy above the heavenly lightning space. Hearing this, Thunder Freya's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. Do you think I don't want to absorb it? Thunder Freya said, I am in the heavenly lightning space. There is not a trace of lightning here, and it is all related to the Thunder Dragon. As long as I absorb the power of the stars, the Thunder Dragon will definitely take the opportunity to absorb the power of the stars. At that time, even I will not be able to suppress it. Then, little guy, I know what you are worried about. I want you to help me. Although it will be difficult, it will not be life-threatening. After saying so much, they finally got to the point. Senior, what do you want me to do? Fang Chen asked. The Thunder Dragon has been suppressed by me and entered my body. I used a secret technique to seal myself so that the Thunder Dragon cannot come out. I need you to buy time for me, Thunder Freya said. Buy time? Fang Chen was even more surprised. What time could he buy for him? When I remove the seal, the Thunder Dragon will rush out, and you will be the carrier to guide it into your body, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. Senior, the Thunder Dragon is very terrifying. My body will be instantly blasted into pieces. As a carrier to guide the Thunder Dragon into his body. What a joke. If it was easy to suppress the Thunder Dragon, why would it take Thunder Freya 10,000 years? This was obviously using his life to buy time. Fang Chen would not put himself to death. Why me? Fang Chen asked. For so many years, there were many martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss, and there were even Heaven Realm martial artists. Why did it choose him? Do you know how the martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss died in the past 10,000 years? Thunder Freya asked. Before Fang Chen could answer, Thunder Freya continued, some were killed by the golden-winged rocks outside, and the rest were killed by the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freya had tried, but those martial artists could not bear the Thunder Dragon at all. The latter exploded as soon as it entered their body. Senior, you are sending me to my death. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face turned pale and he said unhappily, Little guy, you are the first martial artist I can't see through in the past 10,000 years. Although your strength is a little weak, I feel that you can succeed. Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen shook his head and refused directly. It was too dangerous. If he could not bear it, he would die. I am afraid I can't help you. Fang Chen said respectfully. Boom. At this moment, in the sky thunder space, countless thunderbolts were constantly bombarding. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The Thunder Dragon is angry. After 10,000 years, my body is exhausted. I am afraid I can't hold on much longer. Thunder Freya sighed. The sky thunder space was shaking, and the power of thunder was raging. Fang Chen's face changed and he stared at Thunder Freya. Dong. All of a sudden, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Then, Fang Chen found that the golden heart was quietly absorbing the power of thunder in the sky thunder space. What's going on? Fang Chen carefully observed the golden heart and found that it was very happy after absorbing the power of thunder. The power of thunder is helpful to the golden heart. Fang Chen said to himself. Buzz. The essence blood of the ancient divine beast undying bird that had merged with the golden heart also spread. A blood-red light instantly spread out. Around the golden heart, traces of flames appeared. This was the first time he had seen the essence blood of the undying bird and the golden heart move at the same time. Could it be that they want to absorb the power of thunder in the sky thunder space? Little guy, you only need to bear it for 3 seconds. At that time, I will definitely be able to kill the thunder dragon. Thunder Freya said. 3 seconds. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked. That's right. The reason I am looking for a carrier to bear the thunder dragon is to absorb the power of the stars in the river of stars. With my speed, I can absorb it all in 3 seconds. At that time, even if I can't break through, I will definitely be able to kill the thunder dragon. This is the last chance. Once the thunder dragon breaks through my body, you and I will both die here. As long as you can agree to my request and help me get out of here, I will agree to all your requests. Thunder Freya said hurriedly. Fang Chen's heart moved a little. If it was before, he would definitely not have any thoughts of helping. However, the golden heart and the essence blood of the undying bird moved him a little. If I don't agree to Thunder Freya's request, I'm afraid I can't leave here. Fang Chen said to himself. If he agreed to Thunder Freya's request, he could still try. Once he won, he would not be afraid of the Sky Sword Mansion Master, let alone Steward Lee Thunder Freya. How can I believe you? Fang Chen looked up and asked. I can make a martial Dao oath. With that, Thunder Freya swore an oath of martial arts. Then, a faint trace of his aura entered Fang Chen's mind. A martial Dao oath was very binding on a martial artist. Once they violated the oath, they would be punished by God. Even a Heavenstar Border Realm expert would not dare to make a martial Dao oath casually. It was obvious that Thunder Freya had been driven crazy by the Thunder Dragon. After getting Thunder Freya's martial Dao oath, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I promise you. Thunder Freya was overjoyed. Roar. Chapter 975. What do I need to do? If he succeeded, he would benefit immensely. As for failure, Fang Chen did not think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. When I inject the Thunder Dragon into your body, you just have to resist it with all your might, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen nodded heavily when he heard this. Then, Fang Chen activated his Peak Saint Sword body, and Sword Chi surrounded him. The Sword Will of the 7th grade was also released instantly, and his body's defense reached its strongest state. Are you ready? This was a matter of great importance, and Thunder Freya did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Chen nodded and prepared for the strongest challenge. Seeing this, Thunder Freya suddenly stood up. When he stood up, the power of thunder in the entire sky thunder space was raging. Whoosh! Fang Chen could clearly feel that the power of thunder was becoming more and more terrifying. Come out! Thunder Freya exuded a terrifying aura. 9 strands of vital spirit of heaven and earth appeared from within his body, and then directly surrounded him. Thunder Freya's strength was raised to the peak, and his aura was fierce and overbearing. Along with Thunder Freya's roar, a shocking thunder aura suddenly surged out from his body. Then, a horrifying thunder dragon appeared. Roar. The thunder dragon was struggling. It also felt that this was an opportunity. Thunder Freya was already prepared. Before the thunder dragon completely appeared, it was directly injected into Fang Chen's body by his supreme means. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt the power in his body swell, as if his body was about to explode. Ah! Fang Chen let out a cry. He used all his strength to resist the power of the thunder dragon. Crash! When Thunder Freya finished the last hand gesture, the thunder dragon completely entered Fang Chen's body. Roar! The thunder dragon seemed to have found that it was free from Thunder Freya's suppression. It was overjoyed, and immediately started to charge crazily. Poochie! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was dying. At this moment, Thunder Freya could not care less. His body floated above the sky thunder space. Then, with a wave of his hand, a terrifying power instantly shattered the barrier above the sky lightning space. Then, The star power swooped down like a flood. Like a long river, the majestic power of the stars surged down, its aura shaking the sky. While after 10,000 years of baptism, Thunderfreya's comprehension had become stronger and stronger. The power of the stars that swooped down was instantly absorbed into his body. The entire sky thunder space was trembling. The impact of the astral energy was too strong. Thunderfreya bathed in the power of the stars, baptizing his body. At the same time, he was madly absorbing the power of the stars to break through. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Fang Chen could no longer hold on. Senior. Fang Chen screamed as if his life depended on it. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out from the cracks. His forehead was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ah! Fang Chen screamed miserably. The sword body at the peak of the saint level could not resist the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Crack! The power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong. Being able to hold on for 3 seconds was enough to show how powerful Fang Chen was. Oh no! Thunderfreya, who was absorbing the power of the stars, was shocked when he saw the scene below. He had underestimated the power of the stars that had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. He had thought that he could finish absorbing it in 3 seconds. But now, 3 seconds had passed, and he had only absorbed more than half of it. Boy, hold on for 2 more seconds. At this moment, 2 seconds felt like 2 years. It was too long. I can't hold on any longer. After Fang Chen said the last sentence, he fell into a coma. At this time, the Thunder Dragon in his body was even more powerful. Buzz! Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to break out of his body, a strange aura suddenly spread out. The golden heart beat at the fastest speed. The golden light shone brightly and covered Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the golden heart was rapidly absorbing the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Not only the golden heart, but also the undying bird's essence blood that had merged with the golden heart. A sea of fire appeared around Fang Chen, and the power of thunder in the sky thunderspace could not get close. Yes. Thunderfreya, who was absorbing the power of the stars, also saw this scene. He was overjoyed and accelerated the speed of absorbing the power of the stars. The undying bird's essence blood burst out, and the golden heart's strange movement actually stopped the attack of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. What is this? In Fang Chen's body, the terrifying Thunder Dragon's attack weakened a lot. Its consciousness was constantly shouting, as if it was a little afraid of the undying bird's essence blood. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. The essence blood left by it contained its life's work and was extremely powerful. The undying bird's essence blood automatically protected his body, and the golden heart. Fang Chen's body, which was cracking apart, immediately stopped cracking. After which, it gradually healed. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 long seconds finally passed. At this time, Fang Chen had already fallen into a coma. After a short period of fear, the terrifying Thunder Dragon launched an even fiercer attack. Boom! Fang Chen's body could not bear the power of the Thunder Dragon, and was about to collapse. Roar! The Thunder Dragon let out a long roar, and was very happy that it could finally escape. However, just when the undying bird's essence blood and the golden heart could not bear it, Thunderfreya finished absorbing the power of the stars. Come out! Thunderfreya's body was surrounded by the power of the stars, and bits of starlight surrounded his body. In just 5 seconds, Thunderfreya's body had undergone a tremendous change. At this time, Thunderfreya was like a star in the vast universe, vast and boundless. Crash! Thunderfreya directly pulled the Thunder Dragon out of Fang Chen's body with his bare hands. The terrifying Thunder Dragon faced Thunderfreya, opened its bloody mouth, and was ready to fight. Bastard, die! Thunderfreya raised his palm, and the light formed by the power of the stars shot directly at the Thunder Dragon. Roar! Lei Long, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he attempted to flee. However, the light formed by the stars was too powerful. Puff! Without any resistance, it directly penetrated the Thunder Dragon's neck. Then, the light merged into the Thunder Dragon's body, and finally, the Thunder Dragon's body exploded. Dong! If it was not for the thunder space, The power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion was enough to destroy the entire sky-breaking abyss. In the thunder space, the thunder rolled, and the power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion shook for a long time before it gradually dissipated. When the last trace of the power of the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the entire thunder space was in a mess and turned into ruins. Whoosh! Above the sky, a ray of silver light passed through the ruins of the thunder space and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the desert-like ground was restored to life. Weeds broke out of the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the place was full of life. Crash! Thunder Freya dragged Fang Chen's body and landed on the ground. Looking at the thunder space that was gradually dissipating, Thunder Freya's face was full of excitement. After being trapped for 10,000 years, I, Thunder Freya, have finally appeared. Ha ha ha! Thunder Freya laughed wildly. After a moment of excitement, Thunder Freya looked at Fang Chen. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. There is a mysterious power in this boy's body that saved him and me, Thunder Freya said in a low voice. The original plan was 3 seconds, but it took 5 seconds. If Fang Chen had not successfully resisted the power of the Thunder Dragon, the 2 seconds would have been enough for the Thunder Dragon to kill him. Fortunately, he succeeded. Thunder Freya's heart was filled with joy. After checking, he found that Fang Chen's life was not in danger. It was just that his body was seriously damaged because of the incredible power. Boy, it's all thanks to you this time. Thunder Freya put Fang Chen on the ground and grinned. Then, he took out a small bottle, opened the cap, and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Fang Chen. A trace of liquid flowed into Fang Chen's mouth. Thunder Freya made the right bet, and so did Fang Chen. Chapter 976. The outside world had no idea what happened in Broken Sky Abyss. They didn't even know that the most dangerous and terrifying lightning dragon in Broken Sky Abyss had been destroyed by Thunder Freya. Broken Sky Abyss, as usual. Thunder Freya sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Fang Chen to wake up. Bearing the terrifying lightning dragon this time, Fang Chen's body was severely damaged and couldn't be healed in a short time. 3 months later, Thunder Freya found that Fang Chen's soul had completely healed and could move on its own. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Fang Chen's recovery was coming soon. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen would definitely wake up in 1 or 2 months. However, he waited for a year. For a whole year, Thunder Freya kept waiting. However, compared to being trapped in the heaven thunder space for 10,000 years, this was nothing at all. After a year, Fang Chen finally woke up. His body had completely recovered, and was even stronger than before. Kid, you're awake. Thunder Freya saw Fang Chen open his eyes and grinned. Having just woken up, Fang Chen was still a little weak and couldn't stand up. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "Broken Sky Abyss," Thunder Freya said. Broken Sky Abyss. Fang Chen was a little surprised that there was such a peaceful place in Broken Sky Abyss. After listening to Thunder Freya's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood what was going on. He looked at the sky in the distance. Streaks of silver light scattered on the ground. The heaven thunder space had long disappeared. "Senior, you killed the lightning dragon?" Fang Chen asked. Thunder Freya nodded and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the lightning dragon. No matter how dangerous the process was, it was fine as long as the result was not dangerous." After resting for a long time, Fang Chen stretched his body and then stood up. "Senior, you," at this time, Fang Chen found that Thunder Freya's aura was stronger, and the power of stars surrounded him. "Little guy, after cultivating for 10,000 years, I've absorbed the power of the stars and broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the level that cultivators yearn for even in their dreams, the heavenly body tier." Thunder Freya chuckled. The heavenly body tier was the cultivation level above the heaven dipper tier. Fang Chen didn't know much about the heavenly body tier, but he knew that the heavenly body tier was many times more powerful than the heavenly dipper tier. "Congratulations, Senior, for reaching the heavenly body tier." Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Thunder Freya waved his hand and said, "I still don't know your name." "Junior is Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, The reason why I was able to leave the heavenly lightning space and reach the heavenly body tier was all because of you. I, Thunder Freya, am a man of my words. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. As he spoke, Thunder Freya took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fang Chen. This jade pendant contains my will, Thunder Freya said. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Senior, Fang Chen said. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly paused and let out a soft cry of surprise. My physical body? Fang Chen discovered in surprise that his physical body had actually broken through the Saint tier and reached the higher level of the Immortal tier. You brat, you can be considered to have profited from a disaster. The terrifying lightning dragon attacked your physical body, and it can also be considered to have tempered your body, Thunder Freya said. Of course, the bone demon liquid I gave you also played a big role. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise. Then, he hurriedly asked, Senior Thunder Freya, the bone demon liquid you mentioned, could it be the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite? Thunder Freya nodded. Bone demon liquid was the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite. This spiritual liquid was very precious, and was an excellent material for tempering one's body. Thunder Freya actually gave him the bone demon liquid. Fang Chen felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. Fang Chen, you've helped me so much. A mere bone demon liquid is nothing. Thunder Freya waved his hand and grinned. To Thunder Freya, the bone demon liquid was completely incomparable to him stepping into the heavenly body tier. One had to know that in the vast universe, countless cultivators were trapped in the heavenly dipper tier for their entire lives, unable to step into the heavenly body tier. Although he was trapped for 10,000 years, it was a blessing in disguise, and he stepped into the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier, on Scar Island, was considered an elite. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fang Chen clasped his hands in Thunder Freya's direction. All right, you've also woken up. We should also go, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen nodded, and Thunder Freya grabbed Fang Chen and quickly left the heaven-breaking abyss. Senior Thunder Freya. Fang Chen hurriedly stopped him. What's the matter? Thunder Freya asked. I've come to the heaven-breaking abyss this time to search for bolted dragon vines, Fang Chen said. Oh, I see. After saying that, Thunder Freya took Fang Chen and changed their direction, leaping continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a mysterious place in the heaven-breaking abyss. The bolted dragon vines are here, Thunder Freya said as he stood in the air. Fang Chen looked over, and shockingly discovered that there were 2 bolted dragon vines under his feet. The vine leaves wrapped around the main body, almost as tall as a cliff. 2, Fang Chen said. Bolted dragon vines are very precious, and not common in the universe. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. How many do you need? Go get them yourself, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen nodded, and then landed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The bolted dragon vines seemed to have discovered that someone was approaching, and the vine leaves wrapped around the main body began to stir, ready to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of stars instantly enveloped the bolted dragon vines. In an instant, the bolted dragon vines stopped moving. Fang Chen looked up and found that Thunder Freya had released the power of stars to suppress the bolted dragon vines. He cupped his hands at Thunder Freya, and then activated his immortal level body to forcibly uproot one of the bolted dragon vines. After putting it into the infinite space ring, Fang Chen returned to Thunder Freya's side. Thunder Freya nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction and said, Fang Chen, I like your character more and more. It's very difficult to survive in this world. There are 2 bolted dragon vines here, and you only took 1. Ordinary people can't do that, Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen smiled honestly and didn't say anything. When Thunder Freya took Fang Chen to the periphery of the heaven-breaking abyss, the golden-winged rock instantly swooped down, trying to attack Fang Chen and Thunder Freya. I'm just missing a mount. Thunder Freya waved his hand, and the power of stars emerged, enveloping the golden-winged rock. Instantly, the golden-winged rock felt panic, and wanted to break free, but couldn't. In the end, the golden-winged rock obediently came to Thunder Freya's side, and was put into the infinite space ring by him. At the side, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Heavenly body tier elites were too powerful. Their every move exuded an indescribable pressure. The two of them quickly came out of the heaven-breaking abyss. At this moment, on the cliff outside the heaven-breaking abyss, the two brothers were chatting. "Big brother, the culprit is definitely dead. Why are we still waiting here?" the second brother asked, puzzled. "This matter concerns whether we can get the position of young clan leader, so we can't lose it. If he's alive, I want to see him, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse," the eldest brother said solemnly. "We've already waited for a year, how long more do we have to wait?" the second brother said impatiently. "Let's go in and take a look. If we still don't find anything, we'll go back and report," the eldest brother said. However, just as the two brothers were about to enter the heaven-breaking abyss, they suddenly saw two figures walking out calmly. "This is the culprit." In an instant, the Icefire Dual Martial brothers discovered Fang Chen. "Brat, you're actually not dead," the eldest brother said coldly. "Since you're not dead, then let us kill you," the second brother said. Thunder Freya and Fang Chen had just come out when they heard the shout. Hearing this, Thunder Freya frowned slightly, and said, "You have a grudge with them?" Fang Chen nodded, and looked at the two brothers. "Ice and fire duo, noisy." Thunder Freya turned to look at the two brothers, and sneered. Suddenly, a burst of star power shot out, and the two brothers were instantly turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. This was the ability of heavenly body tier elites. "Thank you, Senior," Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, I've just regained my freedom, and there are some things I need to take care of. We'll part here. If you need anything, just crush the jade pendant," Thunder Freya said. Fang Chen nodded, and the two of them separated. Chapter 977. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the Skysword Mansion. From the time Fang Chen accepted the mission to his successful return, it had taken him 1.5 years. It had already exceeded the 3 hell-level missions that Butler Li said he could complete in 1 year. When Fang Chen returned to the First Army, Hu Ming came immediately. "Fang Chen, you're back." After not hearing from him for more than a year, Hu Ming thought that Vice Captain Fang Chen had died. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would return? After careful observation, Hu Ming was overjoyed to find that Fang Chen was fine. "I didn't expect you to come out of the broken sky abyss alive." Hu Ming laughed. Fang Chen nodded his head when he saw Hu Ming. "By the way, have you completed your mission?" Hu Ming suddenly asked. "Yes." As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the bolong vine. "This is the bolong vine." Hu Ming stared at the bolong vine with burning eyes, his face was filled with excitement. It was his first time seeing the bolong vine. Legend had it that the bolong vine was a very precious treasure. It was very tempting even to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. On the contrary, it was much less tempting to mysterious King Realm experts. "Let's go and submit the mission," Hu Ming said. Then, Fang Chen and Hu Ming quickly went to the mission hall to submit the mission. The reward for completing the hell-level mission was very generous. Just the purple crystal alone was 1,000,000 pieces. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The bolong vine was too valuable. City Lord Mansion, in the garden. The City Lord sat cross-legged, as if he was sensing the power of the stars. However, right at this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the garden. "City Lord." The servant cupped his hands and greeted. Hearing this, the City Lord slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. The servant noticed the City Lord's displeasure and hurriedly said, "City Lord, Vice Captain Fang Chen of the First Army's 3rd Guardian Team has completed the mission to find the bolong vine." "Completed? Quickly bring the bolong vine to me." The City Lord's eyes lit up and he said directly. Not long after, the servant brought the bolong vine and handed it to the City Lord. The bolong vine had shrunk to the size of a palm. Holding it in his hand, the City Lord smiled. "I really didn't expect that this brat actually came out of Duan Heaven Abyss alive, and even brought out the bolong dragon vine," City Lord His Excellency said with a grin. "City Lord, Housekeeper Li received news that Fang Chen had returned and went to the First Army," the servant said cautiously. When the city lord heard this, he nodded and said, I understand. The first troop, the third troop. Fang Chen's return also caused a sensation. All the martialists walked out of the courtyard and surrounded Fang Chen. Vice Captain, I knew you would come back. Hu Yanlong laughed. Ever since he had experienced that mission with Fang Chen, Hu Yanlong's attitude towards Fang Chen had changed greatly. This time, he was also very excited to see Fang Chen return. Jin Yidao, Fairy Chi Yu, and the others also nodded slightly. Everyone, Fang Chen has just returned and is a little tired. Let him rest, Hu Ming said. However, at that instant, a strong aura suddenly spread across the place. Then, everyone felt a burst of pressure. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone kept retreating, but Fang Chen stood still on the ground. Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. Not good. Hu Ming knew that housekeeper Li had come. Brat, you're finally back? For more than a year, housekeeper Li thought that Fang Chen did not dare to come back and escaped. But he still said that he was back. As long as he was still in Sky Sword Mansion, he would definitely die, and no one could stop him. Whoosh. The vital essence of heaven and earth around housekeeper Li rotated, and Fang Chen felt great pressure. Housekeeper Li had always wanted to kill him, and now that the one-year deadline had passed, housekeeper Li would not let go of this opportunity. Housekeeper Li, stop. The two commanders of the First Army appeared. They scolded loudly. They also knew that Fang Chen had completed the mission and brought back the news of the Berlin Dragon Vine. A Mystic King realm martial artist could safely return from the sky-breaking abyss and bring back the Berlin Dragon Vine. It was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was outstanding. They would not allow Fang Chen to be killed by housekeeper Li. He did not fulfill the original agreement, and you still want to stop him. As he spoke, the aura around housekeeper Li surged again. Seeing this, the two commanders' expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! Housekeeper Li attacked, and the vital essence of heaven and earth gathered on his palm, and suddenly blasted towards the two commanders. Bang! 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 The battle between Heaven Star Realm martial artists was terrifying. Every move of the three Heaven Dipper Realm masters would suffocate the many martial artists below. Is this the power of a Heaven Star Realm martial artist? It's too powerful. Even a 9th-level Mystic King Realm martial artist would not be able to resist it. Heaven and earth vital essence at his fingertips. Many martial artists were shocked. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with hatred for housekeeper Li Crash. Unknowingly, a jade pendant appeared in his palm, and he used a little strength to crush it. Senior Tianlei, I've encountered danger in the Sky Sword Mansion. The moment the jade pendant was crushed, this sentence was transmitted out. Then, Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he looked at the sky. At this moment, the three Heaven Star Realm martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky. Fortunately, the three of them had used a secret technique to conceal their strength. Otherwise, the aura that leaked out would be enough to destroy the entire First Army. Bang! After fighting for about 15 minutes, housekeeper Li finally revealed his trump card. When housekeeper Li stretched out his palm, a blood-red maple leaf suddenly appeared. This maple leaf shot towards one of the commanders at lightning speed. Then, the majestic vital essence exploded. The commander could not dodge in time, and his body was directly overturned and sent flying. The other commander could not withstand housekeeper Li's attack alone, and was suppressed by housekeeper Li. The commander who was sent flying landed on the ground, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a hoarse voice. Are you all right? Another commander hurried to his side and asked worriedly. They had originally thought that the two of them would be able to block housekeeper Li's attack. But now it seemed that the two of them had failed. Housekeeper Li, you've really put in a lot of effort, said one of the commanders. Mate, as long as I can kill this brat, a mere scarlet maple leaf is nothing, sneered housekeeper Li. The scarlet maple leaf was a spatial container that could store energy. Of course, if it were a simple container, the two commanders wouldn't be so shocked. That was because this scarlet maple leaf could store vital essence. When a martial artist cultivated to the Heaven Star realm, they would be able to condense vital essence and absorb vital essence. But some martial artists would store their vital essence within the scarlet maple leaf. When the battle reached the most critical moment, they would directly detonate the scarlet maple leaf. That kind of destructive power was extremely great. The reason Housekeeper Lee was able to defeat the two commanders was because of the scarlet maple leaf. Crash! Housekeeper Lee walked step by step towards Fang Chen. His pitch-black eyes looked down on Fang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. "You killed my son. Today, I'll definitely kill you," said Housekeeper Lee whoosh. Housekeeper Lee waved his hand, and a stream of vital essence instantly shot towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. He used the space-time true meaning and hid his body in the void. Insignificant skill. In the eyes of a Heaven Star Realm expert, Fang Chen's action was too stupid. Sure enough, when this stream of vital essence approached Fang Chen, it instantly turned into countless vital essence and blasted towards this space. Puff! Puff! The dense bombardment made it impossible for Fang Chen to dodge. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was hit by one of the vital essence. He spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed his true body. Landing on the ground, Fang Chen's expression was grave. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Too strong. I can't resist at all. I hope Senior Thunder Freer can come soon, said Fang Chen to himself. Right now, he needed to stall for time. As long as Thunder Freer came, he would be safe. But would Housekeeper Lee give him time? Just as Housekeeper Lee was about to attack a second time, Fang Chen spoke. Chapter 978. Steward Lee's hand froze in the air as he stared at Fang Chen. Your son, young Master Jian Hen, was killed by Dai Hongxian. I saw it with my own eyes, said Fang Chen. This was the only way to stall for time. Do you think I'll believe you? Sneered Steward Lee. He was laughing at Fang Chen's stupidity for trying to use such a method to deceive him. How laughable. No matter what, you'll definitely die, said Steward Lee. In the next moment, Steward Lee attacked. The vital energy of heaven and earth raged in the void as the faces of the two commanders turned gloomy. They had finally found such a good seedling, but Steward Lee had killed him. Enough. However, just when everyone thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the City Lord's mansion. City Lord. Then the air rippled and an illusory figure appeared. This was the City Lord's will. This matter ends here, said the City Lord. City Lord, this person killed my son. I want revenge, roared Steward Lee. He had fallen into madness. The City Lord had appeared at this critical juncture, and even sided with Fang Chen. He was unwilling to accept this. Your son wasn't killed by Fang Chen, said the City Lord. This, the City Lord, was the strongest and most authoritative figure in the Sky Sword Mansion. No one dared to go against the words of the City Lord. But now, the City Lord was saying that his son wasn't killed by Fang Chen. The City Lord's illusory figure looked thoughtfully at Steward Lee, and then dissipated. The crowd below was silent. The angriest one was Steward Lee. He had thought that he could kill Fang Chen, but the City Lord had interfered. Damn it, not only did I not kill him, but I also wasted a scarlet maple leaf. Steward Lee was furious. However, this was the City Lord's order, and he didn't dare to go against it. Steward Lee, the City Lord said that Fang Chen isn't the murderer, said one of the captains. Steward Lee coldly snorted and left. After Butler Lee left, everyone cheered. Hu Yanlong and the others were especially excited. Fang Chen, you're really something. Even the City Lord has personally stepped forward for you. You sure have a lot of face. The entire 3rd Protector Squad cheered, and Hu Ming was also very excited. And in the City Lord's mansion, after the City Lord's consciousness returned, he immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. With the Bolong Vine, he might be able to take that step. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Only Housekeeper Lee knew that the City Lord was in seclusion. That day, Steward Lee's heart was once again filled with killing intent towards Fang Chen. The City Lord is in closed-door training and will not come out for a while. This is the best opportunity to kill Fang Chen, Butler Lee said to himself. However, he could not openly kill Fang Chen. In the end, Butler Lee thought of a way to disguise himself. Crash dark clouds covered the sky above the First Army, and the astral essence of heaven and earth was in chaos. The majestic power instantly swept down and engulfed the entire third Guardian squad. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a fierce and domineering astral essence shot towards the third Guardian squad. The terrifying explosive power instantly overturned the third Guardian squad. Miserable screams came from the third Guardian squad's courtyard. The astral essence explosion injured countless people. All the martial artists hurriedly left their rooms and appeared in the courtyard. Hu Ming was the first to rush over. When he saw the terrifying figure in the sky, his face turned pale. What's going on? Besides Hu Ming, the two captains also appeared. Thief, you dare to cause trouble in my Sky Sword mansion? The two captains joined hands, preparing to capture this person. However, when they saw a scarlet maple leaf appear in this person's hand, they instantly stopped. I only came here to kill one person. It has nothing to do with you, the person said coldly. What do we do? One of the captains' face was gloomy. This is the Sky Sword mansion. If you kill the innocent, the city lord will definitely not let you off. The two captains were intimidated by the scarlet maple leaf and did not dare to act rashly. However, this person found Fang Chen in the crowd, and a fierce astral essence instantly swooped down. Not good, run. When the crowd saw this, they all shouted and scattered in all directions. However, when Fang Chen wanted to escape, he suddenly found that he was locked on by this expert and could not escape. Why did he lock on to me? Could it be? In an instant, Fang Chen guessed the identity of this person. Steward Li. Since he came to the Sky Sword mansion, only Steward Li had the intention to kill him. This person must be Steward Li. Could it be that he even dared to go against the City Lord's words? Activating the divine level sword body, Fang Chen swung the hidden star sword in his hand. The strongest attack, Void Meteor Annihilation, and the secret ice sword were all used. Crack. However, in front of a Heaven Star border expert, it was not worth mentioning. After coming into contact with the astral essence, the secret ice sword and Void Meteor Annihilation were instantly shattered. Then, the astral essence locked on to Fang Chen and swooped down. Not good, his target is Fang Chen. Seeing this, the two commanders' faces changed and they immediately attacked. Steward Li had already thought of a countermeasure. In order to kill Fang Chen, he did not hesitate to waste another scarlet maple leaf. Crash! The scarlet maple leaf exploded and forced the two commanders to retreat. At the same time, the two commanders were injured. Die! Steward Li stared at Fang Chen and laughed eerily. The terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen's body. As long as the astral essence hit Fang Chen, he would die without a doubt. At this time, in the sky outside the prefecture city, a figure was flying rapidly. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet that old monster. Thunder Freya's face was full of helplessness. After Fang Chen crushed the jade pendant to ask for help, he rushed here at full speed. He did not expect to meet that old monster on the way and fight with him for a long time before letting him go. I hope I'm not too late. As he spoke, Thunder Freya entered the prefecture city. He spread out his soul and instantly discovered what was happening above the First Army. Seeing that Fang Chen was in danger, Thunder Freya was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Crash. In the next moment, Thunder Freya appeared above Fang Chen out of thin air. At this time, the terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen. Am I going to die? Fang Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness. Break. While everyone was still in shock, the vital spirit of heaven and earth that came into contact with Fang Chen's body shattered and disappeared into the void without even causing a ripple. How is this possible? Steward Li was shocked and cried out. How dare you attack my brother? Do you want to die? Thunder Freya landed beside Fang Chen. After confirming that Fang Chen was fine, he turned to stare at Steward Li and said coldly. Buzz. Around Thunder Freya, the power of the stars surged. The wild aura enveloped the First Army, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The two commanders were the most shocked. That's a heavenly body tier elite. How does Fang Chen know a heavenly body tier elite? The appearance of a mysterious heavenly body tier elite made Steward Li's heart tremble. Heavenly body tier. Steward Li's heart was filled with fear. A single look from a heavenly body tier elite was enough to make him extremely terrified. He also didn't expect that there would be a heavenly body tier elite behind Fang Chen. Senior, this is my fault. I'm willing to bear all the consequences, Steward Li said hurriedly. What a joke. Heaven Dipper tier elites were like ants in front of heavenly body tier elites. Bear all the consequences, Thunder Freer said with a sneer. If he had come a little later, Fang Chen would probably have died at his hands. Without Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm willing to give Fang Chen a scarlet maple leaf as an apology, Steward Li said. 1. Thunder Freer glared at Steward Li. No, 10. This is all the wealth I've accumulated over these years. I'll give it all to Fang Chen. I hope this matter will end here, Steward Li begged in fear. Give it to me. Thunder Freer waved his hand, and 10 scarlet maple leaves flew out from Steward Li's body. Then, Thunder Freer handed them to Fang Chen, and said, keep these. Steward Li was overjoyed, thinking that Thunder Freer would let him go. However, Thunder Freer's next words made him despair. Chapter 979. These aren't enough to exchange for your life. Thunder Freer's words made Steward Li's face turn ashen. 10 scarlet maple leaves. These were all the wealth he had accumulated as a steward of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. However, 10 scarlet maple leaves were still not enough to satisfy a heavenly body tier elite. His body was trembling. A heavenly body tier elite could kill him with a flip of the hand. In front of Thunder Freer, he didn't dare to act rashly. The hearts of the two commanders were also filled with astonishment. Heavenly body tier. That was a heavenly body tier elite. Even the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly body tier elite. I didn't expect Fang Chen to have the support of a heavenly body tier elite. Yes, looks like this steward will be skinned alive even if he doesn't die this time. The two commanders sighed. The other cultivators were even more stunned. This was the first time they had seen a heavenly body tier elite. Killing you will dirty my hands. I'll leave your worthless life to my brother. As he spoke, Thunder Freer stretched out his hand and directly pressed down. No. Steward Li screamed in horror. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Thunder Freer's suppression. Catcher. Thunder Freer's hand pressed down, and Steward Li instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Housekeeper Li's aura was rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth around Steward Li gradually dissipated. In the end, the heaven and earth in Steward Li's chi-si were all shattered. I'll spare your life and let my brother kill you personally. However, you're not allowed to attack my brother for 3 years. Otherwise, who couldn't deal with the threat of a heavenly body tier elite? Steward Li's body trembled. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't dare to speak. A heavenly body tier elite was too powerful. Just a casual strike had shattered the heaven and earth in his chi-si, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the Heaven Dipper tier. It was extremely difficult for Heaven Dipper tier elites to condense even one strand of heaven and earth. After suffering such a setback, he probably wouldn't be able to condense another strand of vital essence for the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, within 3 to 5 years, his cultivation base will stay in the Heavenly Dipper realm initial stage. Thank you for your mercy, Senior, Butler Li said in a deep voice. Thunder Freer snorted coldly. He then turned to Fang Chen and said, I will leave him to you. You better train hard. After that, Thunder Freer took Fang Chen and left the residence of the First Army. In a certain restaurant in the Sky Sword Prefecture's capital city, Thunder Freer restrained his aura and sat down with Fang Chen in the restaurant, drinking. Senior Tianlei, thank you so much. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks. If it were not for Thunder Freer showing up in time, he would not have been able to make it out alive. If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped in the heavenly lightning space. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Compared to stepping into the heavenly body tier, this was nothing. Moreover, the more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more Thunder Freer realized that Fang Chen's personality was very suitable for him. "If you don't mind, call me Big Brother." Thunder Freer laughed loudly. Fang Chen was stunned. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother." How could he not hug such a thick thigh? A heavenly body tier elite was considered an elite on Scar Island. Even the master of a province on Scar Island would not be able to compete with him. After drinking for a while, Fang Chen asked, "Big Brother Thunder Freer, where did you go before?" "To tell you the truth, I am the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. I returned this time to deal with the matters of the Sky Thunder Prefecture," Thunder Freer said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect Thunder Freer to be the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. The Lord of a prefecture, that was the master of a prefecture. He had great power. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was adjacent to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Fang Chen did not know how big the Demon Cloud Prefecture was. The Sky Sword Prefecture was so vast, and there were 8 prefectures in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was almost the same as the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The master of a province had a lot of authority on Scar Island. "So Big Brother is the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture," Fang Chen said with a smile. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, "That was a long time ago. I disappeared for 10,000 years, and the Sky Thunder Prefecture has changed hands. However, the current Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture is my disciple. What do you plan to do next?" Thunder Freer asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "I plan to continue cultivating in the Sky Sword Prefecture. When my cultivation increases, I will go to other places." The outerverse was too big, and there were many elites. With Fang Chen's strength, he could only be cannon fodder if he went to other places. It was better to cultivate in the Sky Sword Prefecture. After joining the First Army, there would be no danger for the time being, and other cultivators would not dare to act against him. This was a good time to cultivate. Your potential is very high. Within 3 years, you will definitely be able to rival Heaven Dipper tier elites," Thunder Freer said. "Big Brother, what are you going to do next?" Fang Chen asked. "I have already stepped into the Heavenly Body tier. This small Sky Thunder Prefecture has no more attachments. I plan to go to the center of Scar Island to temper myself," Thunder Freer said. After stepping into the Heavenly Body tier, it was too difficult to increase one's cultivation level. "Brat, if you have time, go to the Sky Thunder Prefecture and mention my name," Thunder Freer said. In the end, Thunder Freer chatted with Fang Chen for a long time, and then quietly disappeared. When Fang Chen returned to the First Army, the whole place was in an uproar. All the cultivators looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of fear. If it was only Fang Chen, they would not be afraid at all. However, there was a Heavenly Body tier elite behind him. Captain Fang. On the square, cultivators greeted Fang Chen wherever he went. Fang Chen nodded, and then returned to his room. After the appearance of the Heavenly Body tier Thunder Freer, the storm of Housekeeper Li gradually died down. Now, Fang Chen had become famous in the First Army. All the cultivators would unconsciously think of that Heavenly Body tier elite when they mentioned Fang Chen. And time also slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Fang Chen had been cultivating in seclusion. Although there were occasional missions, most of them were simple. One day, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by aura. The spiritual qi was very dense, and there were ripples in the air. 5th level of the Mysterious King tier? In half a year, Fang Chen had broken through from the 3rd level of the Mysterious King tier to the 5th level of the Mysterious King tier. This kind of cultivation speed made people despair. "I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the transformation level. It's time to go to the Heaven Connecting Peak," Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Then, his figure flashed, and instantly entered the Heaven Connecting Peak. "Master!" Seeing Fang Chen, the Tool Spirit and Half-Beast clasped their hands and called out. "I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the peak. I want to cultivate the Heavenly Star Technique." Fang Chen directly stated his purpose. "Congratulations, Master." The Tool Spirit and Half-Beast grinned. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at this mysterious place. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and instantly grabbed a ball of light, and then took it away. Voila! All the information of the heavenly star technique entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the heavenly star technique. However, after about 3 minutes, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was a bit of displeasure on his face. What's going on? Fang Chen was very confused. Master, it's very difficult to cultivate the heavenly star technique. Your current cultivation is only at the mysterious king tier. If you reach the heaven dipper tier, it'll be much easier to cultivate, the tool spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. No wonder he felt that the heavenly star technique was very obscure and difficult to understand. So it was because his cultivation level was too low. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. He said a few words to the tool spirit and half-beast, and then turned to leave. When he left, Fang Chen's soul scanned and found that his disciple, Tian Xin, was still wandering in the heaven-connecting peak. Now, his cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. Not bad. Fang Chen was very satisfied with his disciple. Tian Xin had the sky-desolate sword body, which was stronger than his sword body. He was born to be a sword cultivation genius. Chapter 980. At Fang Chen's level, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. When the time was right, he had to guide his disciple. After doing all this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he left the heaven-piercing peak. Although the heaven-piercing peak world was very small, it was a world of its own. There were many martial artists living here. Some were the disciples of the heaven-piercing island lord, and some were from the heaven-piercing island. They lived carefree lives in the heaven-piercing peak world. On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, Tian Xin sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Suddenly, the void tore and a light flashed. Seeing this, Tian Xin's face turned serious as he stared at the light. Whoosh! Tian Xin was actually unable to block this beam of light and it instantly entered his body. Immediately, Tian Xin's mind was filled with the aura of the sword principle. Tian Xin was shocked. In the blink of an eye, his understanding of the sword principle had increased greatly. Master's guidance. Instantly, Tian Xin understood that the light just now must have been left by his master. Back then, after the ancient sword continent was unified, Tian Xin chose to enter the heaven-piercing peak to cultivate. Now, his cultivation was too weak and he could not go out to explore. Once his cultivation reached the mystic king realm, he would go out to explore. As soon as Fang Chen appeared in the heaven-piercing peak, Hu Ming came looking for him. Fang Chen, you broke through. Seeing Fang Chen's aura, Hu Ming grinned and said, Captain Hu, why are you looking for me? Fang Chen knew that Hu Ming must be looking for him for something. Fang Chen, in 7 days, the First Army's 4 Guardian teams will hold a competition that is held once every 3 years, said Hu Ming. Competition? Fang Chen was a little confused. Actually, it's just a competition between the Guardian teams. Of course, there's also a competition between the Guardian captains, said Hu Ming. After listening to Hu Ming's explanation, Fang Chen understood. Fang Chen, this is the information of the other 6 Guardian captains. Take a look carefully. Hu Ming put down the information and left. Fang Chen casually flipped through the list. The 6 captains of the other 3 escort groups were basically martial artists at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Among them, the captain of the first guard team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was only 1 step away from the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. He was also the champion of the First Army's chief guard captain in the previous captain competition. If I don't use the secret soul technique, it shouldn't be hard for me to deal with an early 9th level martial artist. If I use the secret ice sword, I should be able to fight a late 9th level Profound King realm martial artist. Fang Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the head guard captain. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was the improvement of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Today, the residence of the first troop was extremely lively. The members of the 4 great Guardian teams were all gathered in the square. Captain Fang, you've come. In the third Guardian team area, many members nodded and greeted Fang Chen when they saw him arrive. Fang Chen nodded in response and sat in the front row of the third Guardian team area. The 4 great Guardian teams were in 4 different directions. At the front, there was a rostrum where 2 commanders sat side by side. Everyone, today is the triennial competition of the First Army. The 2 commanders stood up and introduced the rules of the competition in detail. Then, the competition officially began. First, the members of the 4 great Guardian teams took turns to compete. I am Hu Yanlong of the 3rd Guardian team. Who wants to fight with me? At a certain moment, Hu Yanlong stepped onto the martial stage. His aura surged as he looked around and shouted, "Let me." A voice came from the 1st Guardian team. A person leaped onto the martial stage and fought with Hu Yanlong. Bang bang bang, the battle between the two was very intense. However, Hu Yanlong had been suppressing his opponent from the start. Finally, after fighting for more than 30 rounds, Hu Yanlong found an opportunity to send his opponent flying with a punch. Hu Yanlong won. In the following battle, Hu Yanlong defeated dozens of martial artists with lightning speed. After that, no one from the 4 great Guardian teams dared to challenge Hu Yanlong. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong felt bored and walked off the martial stage. After Hu Yanlong left, the other members all went onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, it was already late. For the entire day, the 4 great Guardian teams competed with each other. Generally speaking, the members of the 3rd Guardian team were on the weaker side. The strongest was the 1st Guardian team. Bang bang bang, after a series of fierce battles, a victor was finally decided between the 2 people on the martial stage. This also indicated that this year's competition had come to an end. One of the commanders stood up and looked around. Then, he grinned and laughed. This year's competition has come to an end. Everyone's performance was very good. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. The 3rd Guardian team's Hu Yanlong has obtained first place in this year's competition. He is rewarded with 3 astral essence pills. Hearing that Hu Yanlong had been rewarded with 3 astral essence pills, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. In the 3rd Guardian team area, everyone cupped their hands and congratulated him. Hu Yanlong, congratulations. Haha, Hu Yanlong, you've brought honor to our 3rd Guardian team. The reward is too generous. It's actually 3 astral essence pills at once. What a generous reward. Fang Chen, who was sitting in the front row, revealed a smile on his face. The astral essence pill was a fatal temptation to 9th level Mystic King Realm martial artists. Ordinary 9th level Mystic King Realm martial artists couldn't absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. However, after consuming the astral essence pill, they could absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. This way, it would be beneficial for martial artists to enter the Heaven Star realm. Thank you, commanders. Hu Yanlong cupped his hands and thanked them. The 1st Guardian team's overall strength is ranked 1st. He is rewarded with 5 astral essence pills and a special pardon for a hell-level mission. Crash. The square was in an uproar. The 1st Guardian team was excited. The 5 astral essence pills were already shocking enough. They didn't expect to be rewarded with a special pardon for a hell-level mission. As everyone knew, hell-level missions were extremely dangerous and had a high mortality rate. Every time the Guardian team was forcefully assigned to a hell-level mission, everyone would be terrified. As for the special amnesty reward, he would be able to reject a hell-rank mission at a critical moment without any punishment. Congratulations, Captain Nai Hu. Several captains congratulated him. Nai Hu was the 1st Guardian team's captain and also the 1st Guardian team's captain. Nai Hu's face was full of smiles. After the rewards were distributed, one of the commanders said, "It's already late today. The competition between the captains will continue tomorrow." After speaking, everyone dispersed. Fang Chen bid farewell to Hu Ming and returned to the 3rd Guardian team. Late at night, an unexpected martial artist appeared in Fang Chen's room. "Captain Fang Chen, you're still awake." "Yes, Captain Nai Hu. Why are you here?" Although Fang Chen had met Nai Hu before, he wasn't familiar with him. He didn't understand why Nai Hu would look for him so late at night. Captain Fang Chen, I have indeed come to find you because I have a favor to ask of you. Nai Hu said with a smile. Please speak, Captain Nai Hu, Fang Chen said. Captain Fang Chen, I also know that there's a heavenly body tier elite behind you. Nai Hu paused, and then said, if Captain Fang Chen can introduce him to me, I'm willing to give up the position of head captain to you tomorrow, Captain Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. Captain Fang Chen, Nai Hu said. The rewards for becoming head captain in every competition are very generous. Your cultivation level is too low now, and you need a large amount of resources. This position of head captain is very important to you. Captain Nai Hu, I'm afraid I can't help you. Fang Chen spread his hands. How could he not know that Nai Hu wanted him to act as a go-between, get to know a heavenly body tier elite, and then become his disciple? Not to mention that big brother Tianlei had already left. Even if he was here, Fang Chen wouldn't do this. This Nai Hu was very scheming. In order to get to know a heavenly body tier elite, he didn't hesitate to give up the position of head captain. Captain Fang Chen, such a small matter shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Nai Hu looked a little displeased. He thought that Fang Chen was deliberately declining. It's not that I don't want to, but that heavenly body tier elite has already left, Fang Chen said. Captain Fang Chen, are you really not going to help? Captain Nai Hu asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 981. Fang Chen shrugged and stood up. It was obvious that he was going to send him off. However, Fang Chen's actions angered Nai Hu. It seems that Captain Fang is unwilling to help, Nai Hu said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fang Chen did not say anything else and turned to look out of the window. Seeing this, Nai Hu nodded and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Goodbye, Captain Fang. Nai Hu turned and left in a huff. This Nai Hu actually wants me to build a bridge for him, Fang Chen muttered to himself with a smirk. The next day, the captain competition was the highlight of the day. In the entire square, all the team members had arrived early and were waiting for the exciting battle. Not long after, the 2 commanders arrived. The 4 escort teams and 8 captains had all arrived. Today, there will be a competition between captains. First, there will be a competition between captains, and then there will be a competition between vice-captains, said the commander. The 8 captains were eager to have a go. After the announcement of the rules, the 2 commanders sat on the rostrum. The battle between the captains had begun. The first to go up was the captain of the first escort team, Nai Hu, and the captain of the second escort team. Damn it! The captain of the second escort team was a little helpless when he saw Nai Hu. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not give up directly, so he could only bite the bullet. Bang bang bang! Before the second captain could make a move, Nai Hu had already made his move. Go! Nai Hu growled and clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surrounded his body. The majestic aura made Nai Hu's fists full of lethality. As everyone expected, Nai Hu's fist landed on the captain of the second escort team. Immediately, the captain of the second escort team was sent flying. Nai Hu wins, the commander announced. A smile appeared on Nai Hu's face. When he left the martial arts arena, he looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Fang Chen, I'll go first. Hu Ming patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said. On the martial arts arena, Hu Ming and the captain of the fourth escort team were fighting. The 2 of them were evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he watched the fierce battle on the martial arts stage. Captain Fang, do you think Captain Hu Ming can win? Asked Hu Yanlong. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, the 4th guard captain's fist strength is very fierce, but he can't maintain it for too long. Captain Hu Ming's palm technique is very tricky. If nothing goes wrong, Captain Hu Ming will win. After listening to Fang Chen's words, Hu Yanlong laughed heartily and no longer spoke. On the martial arts stage, Hu Ming suddenly stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a huge handprint appeared in the sky. It contained an extremely majestic aura. So strong. Everyone in the square was shocked. Even the 4th guard captain's expression changed greatly. He let out a low roar and punched out with all his might. Bunga deafening sound rang out as palm techniques clashed against fist techniques. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena began to shake. When the chaotic spiritual energy dissipated, two figures stood facing each other on the martial arts stage. There was a smile on Hu Ming's face. Opposite him, the fourth guard captain's expression was extremely gloomy. In the end, after his expression changed several times, he clasped his hands and said, "I admit defeat." Since the fourth guard captain had said this, it meant that Hu Ming had defeated him. In the battle of the four captains, Hu Ming and Nai Hu had won. Next was the battle of vice-captains. The battle between the first and second vice-captains was within everyone's expectations. After a fierce battle, the first vice-captains defeated the second vice-captains. "Fang Chen, it's your turn." "I have high hopes for you," Hu Ming said excitedly. Fang Chen leaped onto the martial arts stage. "Fang Chen, I've heard of your great name long ago. Although you have a great elite of the heavenly body tier behind you, we're competing in personal battle prowess, not background," the fourth vice-captain said in a low voice. In his opinion, Fang Chen's strength was only SOSO. "Then let's battle," Fang Chen said. Voila! Extremely majestic spiritual energy surged out of the fourth vice-captain's body. Then, spiritual energy surged in his chi-si. A battle saber appeared in the fourth vice-captain's hand. Sky-extinguishing saber. The fourth vice-captain shouted in a low voice, and the battle saber in his hand spun violently. In an instant, saber chi filled the martial arts stage. It could be seen that the fourth vice-captain was an expert of the saber dao. His saber techniques were superb. Xiu. The true intent of saber swept across the entire martial arts stage, and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. "Fifth grade." Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled. The fourth vice-captain's saber intent had reached the fifth grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already very terrifying. On the rostrum, one of the captains said, "Fifth grade saber intent, he can be considered a genius of the saber dao. Yes, this person needs to be nurtured well." The two captains were curious about how Fang Chen would deal with this fifth grade saber intent. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood quietly, not saying a word. Some people even thought that Fang Chen was scared silly. Boom! The majestic saber intent all gathered in front of Fang Chen, squeezing Fang Chen. "Get lost!" Fang Chen reprimanded softly. In the next moment, the sword will of the seventh grade realm instantly spread out. Hiss! Visible to the naked eye, the saber intent was swallowed by the sword intent. In the square below, there were exclamations. Fang Chen's sword intent actually swallowed the saber intent. How is it possible? Is his sword intent stronger than the fourth vice-captain's saber intent? What a tyrannical sword intent! Not only the crowd exclaimed, but even the two captains were slightly shocked. Seventh grade, at such a young age, his sword intent has reached the seventh grade. It's really rare. Yes, this kind of sword dao talent, in the entire demon cloud state, I'm afraid no one can match him. The more they came into contact with Fang Chen, the more shocked the two captains were. Fang Chen's sword dao talent was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the menacing saber intent was completely swallowed by the sword intent. Now, on the martial arts stage, the sword intent permeated and shrouded the fourth vice-captain. How is it possible? The fourth vice-captain's face changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. Then, the saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world. The fourth vice-captain's saber slashed out, and its power was tyrannical to the extreme. Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Whoosh! The radiant sword light suddenly suspended above his head, and then collided with the fourth vice-captain's saber. Bang! A deafening sound spread out in an instant. With a bang, the two men separated in an instant after a brief contact. "No, I must defeat you." The fourth vice-captain was aware of Fang Chen's strength, and he fell into a frenzy. The Sky Extinction Saber was urged to the extreme, constantly slashing out a powerful saber light. However, no matter how the fourth vice-captain attacked, Fang Chen could easily deal with it. In the end, Fang Chen defeated the fourth vice-captain with the space-time meteorite strike. Fang Chen wins. When the commander announced the result, there was a burst of cheers in the third guard group area. "Congratulations, Captain Fang." Everyone laughed. "You're getting stronger and stronger," Hu Ming said. Fang Chen just smiled and said nothing. The two commanders looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully, then stood up and said, "The battle continues." First, the first vice-captain and Fang Chen's battle. Fist shaking heaven and earth. The first vice-captain displayed his most powerful attack as soon as he came up. However, Fang Chen was still able to face it calmly. The first vice-captain's cultivation was at the middle stage 9th level profound king realm. Fang Chen could easily crush him with the space-time meteorite strike. Boom! Fang Chen defeated the first vice-captain. Suddenly, Fang Chen became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In the first guard group area, a trace of killing intent flashed in Nai Hu's eyes. He was very unhappy. The two commanders were also very happy. A peerless genius. This was the two commanders' evaluation of Fang Chen. To be able to defeat a 9th level profound king realm martial artist as a 5th level profound king realm martial artist, it was enough to show how heaven-defying Fang Chen's strength was. "Big brother, I've heard that in the vast universe, there are some heaven-defying geniuses who are strong enough to fight across a realm," the second commander said. Hearing this, the first commander nodded solemnly and said, "Although fighting across a realm sounds shocking, there really are such existences. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. However, there were very few geniuses who could fight across a realm. At least, there were none in the Sky Sword Mansion."